baby, baby.
Hey world, hey Dallas, I'm Alvin, and welcome to Tit for Tat, This and That. Today we are going to be joined by the Short Stack Revolution, and we are going to be discussing we're going to be discussing, doing a little reaction to a video I watched from the UK, and they were talking about. Gay, queer, trans, religion, black churches in the UK. And then I wanted to do kind of a reaction video and get my fam's reaction to how it contrasts with the United States, because we tend to go through some of the same issues. And now with this Trump administration taking away or trying to, eliminate the queer voices and taking away some of our rights and writing policies and signing agreements to, hinder us in this society. Not only is he doing it with the queers, but he's also doing it with the blacks, us, the blacks, African Americans, trying to erase our history. So I wanted to get a little bit of reaction from my fam, the Short Stack Revolution, and let them sound off. And right now we have Bugs the God in the house, and then we have Miss Stevie, styled by Miss Stevie Daytime, in the house. And we'll probably be joined here later by maybe Harold Cordero and Deshaun Stallings, and whoever else pops in who wants to join in. And Conscious, he has a show a little bit later doing I think he's doing a reaction video with Bubs. He's going to be doing a little reaction to the comments that Barack Obama made about that straight men should have gay friends, and so he's going to kind of be talking about that. So I'm going to try to pop over there. So if we get through with this, then I want to pop over there and, maybe hop in that discussion too or something. So,
Yes.
But anyway, Bubs, how's it going, Bubs?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Again, had some things happen these past few weeks that I had to really get into, pay attention to, get my energy to offline. But now that I am back in town, I'm back to my regularly scheduled program, working on chapter 1 of Blame It on the Dress. For those in the Short Stack Revolution, I kind of gave them an exclusive already, for them to see, like, the opening monologue, because I'm treating this like a whole cinematic experience. So I'm still working on that, and I'm just glad I'm getting that out. But for T's point, yes, please make sure you join Conscious TV and myself later on tonight on his platform. Once he creates the link for everything, I'll share it on my platform. And Alvin, please come over and share your thoughts, because he would love for y'all to come up on the platform as well. It's for the community, so we want you there. But yes, we're going to be having the conversation, and also at the same time righteously dragging the fuck out of the red pill manosphere they have reached when it came down to this Obama sound clip. A lot of these niggas didn't even watch the entire thing to understand it in its full context, but yet they feel like they know everything. That's very interesting to me. Y'all niggas can't solve shit in your communities, let alone in y'all own marriages, y'all own relationships, y'all own families, but somehow you know how gay people are created, but yet you don't know how to cure them. Interesting to me. So yes, join us tonight. We'll be dragging the fuck out of them. And if you want to get in on that, I'll see you there. But that's it.
All right. Miss Stevie, what about you? How are you doing today?
I am doing wonderful, and I'm trying not to look at Bubs right now. My goodness, it's been a week. So much has happened, and more revelations about the Epstein files and all of that. It's too much. It's a lot, and I'll dive a little bit deeper. But I must say, overall, I'm doing well. The platform is doing well. My cousin's coming on the show next week,
Awesome.
and
Oh,
I'm super excited to have her on. Oh, wait, give me a sec. My mom is back, y'all. I'll be right back.
No problem. You good? Take your time, Queen. You good?
What did she say? I did. She said something about.
She
What
said
did she
she
say?
something popped up with her mom. She said she gotta be right back, so give her a second. So I think you can
Oh,
move on to like the Deshaun until she comes back.
all right, Deshaun, how you doing, buddy?
good. I'm just rubbed up with oil and stuff like that.
Oh
Oh,
my Lord
You
Jesus,
know,
yeah.
the essential oil. So I just don't want it to go to waste. I really wanted to share it with Bubs, but
how close do you and Bubs? How close do you and Bubs live near each other?
This nigga wanna rob almond butter and Nutella on me. Girl.
How
Shout out to
uh how
Deshaun.
how close do you and Bubs live to each other, Deshaun?
I live in Michigan. I don't know where you say you live in where at? There.
who me?
Yeah, you.
Nah, I live in Connecticut, man.
Oh, you do? I thought for some reason I thought you lived in Detroit.
I wish I lived in
Hell
Detroit.
no. If he lived in Detroit, he would be at my damn door right now. Like a Jehovah's Witness, girl. Are you ready for Jehovah's return? Cause if you not, girl.
Oh my God.
I mean, you can join in if you want. That makes three.
Oh no, not you over here lusted after me, and then at the same time, girl, gonna invite somebody else into the mix. I'm a nigga that like one person. I don't like threesomes. I don't like orgies. I don't like gang man. I don't like none of that. I want me and my person. Ain't no share nothing. And and I will say this real quick, just before we get into the actual live. There has been a song that has been on my heart these past few days, and y'all gonna drag me for it. But it's Charles and Netta new song called "Growing." They released a whole month
Oh
ago.
my God.
I have been singing that song every single day. That I love that song. I know it's ratchet as hell and it's trash to a lot of people, but to me, it is amazing. So I don't know.
Is
Maybe
it
West
better
can
than
come through with
Charles?
a butter, huh?
Is it better than Charles? Your lunch is ready? Because that
All
song
right, I'm back,
killed.
y'all.
I don't know. I don't know. Like that's they kind of this one is growing on me because it's like I don't give a fuck. Charles and Netta, they chose some dope ass beats. They
Okay, did
beats is what saved them. They instrumentals is what saved them because the instrumental makes the song catchy or whatever. But right now I like growing. But Charles Go Lunch and Ready is gonna always be a classic.
when you get a chance, will you send it to me? I want to hear it.
Shit, I would say put it on right now just as an icebreaker or some shit before we get to the damn live. But I'm gonna send it to you right now. Hold on.
Okay.
That shit's so
All right.
damn smooth. But go ahead, Queen.
Yes, I was saying that my cousin's coming on the show next week. My colleague announced the time is also coming on Monday. That'll be at 4. So he's a revolutionary. Definitely been critical of the movement and what's going on in New York with this election, this mayoral race with Eric Adams. And then you got Andrew Cuomo who decided to run as independent. So we're gonna see how that turns out.
Okay.
But overall, just stay alert, stay vigilant. So much has happened
Mm,
from the Epstein files to
mm-hmm.
uh, President Kankle's ankles swole up like balloons, and we don't know what the hell is wrong with him. Um, I mean,
Oh
where
no.
do I begin?
Sounds
I
like
mean, they
sounds
say
like
don't
he
wish.
has
Did you
sounds
hear?
like he has varicose veins, like he has a severe case of varicose veins. That's what it sounds
Oh.
like.
And obviously, he didn't go to Ulta or Sephora to get the right shade of makeup because that makeup on his hand is the wrong color too.
Oh my
Um,
Mm.
God.
but
And then on top of that, I'm cooking. And then on top of that, girl, because you and your administration removed DEI from shit, there could have been a person of color that could have told your ass to put on some compression socks to help get that shit the fuck all the way up. And to your point, who knows? He might be going from orange makeup and human makeup to possibly corpse makeup.
Oh, yeah, speaking of corpse, I'm feeling pretty good
Cause
today.
that
I'm feeling.
hand looked like a deceased person's hand, Lord. Maybe God. Let me stop.
Uh-oh.
I know everybody's saying, oh,
I don't want to
you
wish
know,
nothing on nobody, but girl, I'm
oh,
just
oh, I'm
saying.
gonna wish it on them. I'm gonna wish it on them because they have done the worst of the worst. I want each and every one of these motherfuckers to croak, as far as I'm
Mm,
concerned.
Me
And
too.
speaking of
I'm gonna let the universe
court,
do its job. Go ahead.
um, the Heritage Foundation, the man who created the Heritage Foundation, where is that
Mm-hmm.
story? My God, my God. I don't know if people seen it,
No, I
but
haven't.
the founder of the Heritage Foundation just passed away at 83 years old today.
Oh,
Any
Goodbye.
thoughts,
wow.
anybody?
Goodbye.
The first thing that I've given my condolences, and if you check my
Bye.
story, you'll see my response. I think I did it very perfectly. I don't feel no remorse. I don't feel no sympathy, no
Yeah,
empathy of
absolutely.
whatsoever of a white supremacist and someone who is a
Right.
leader of a white supremacist group. The Heritage Foundation is behind Project 2025. And
Right.
JD Vance wrote the foreword. A lot of people keep forgetting that. So keep reminding
Yeah.
people that he wrote the foreword for Project 2025. Now, as
Mhm.
far as the presidency is concerned, definitely keep your eyes on him because he is much nefarious than Donald Trump. And we're talking
Oh,
about the
yeah.
handmaid's tales. We're seeing them erase all of the letters of the LG of the Labiquita community. They you thought they were just coming after us, the trans, but next up is B. They're taking away the B. They're taking away the G. That's going to be next. They're taking away every letter in the LGBTQIA
The
plus. Just
lesbians are our last hope.
I was about to say that. You took that right out of my mouth. Let me
Come on,
tell you,
lesbians.
Trump
I'm gonna
was
become a
right.
lesbian after this. Y'all save us,
Exactly.
girl. I'm eating pussy. I'm
I'm
sorry. I'm
telling
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
the
you took the words right out of my mouth, Miss Stevie, because the thing is when I saw that right on Instagram of Donald Trump taking away the bisexual community, and I warn these gay people saying, oh, because they keep complaining about trans doing the LGB without the T. I kept telling them, listen, you're next. They're saying, "Oh, we're not next. We're not next." But what about your marriage? Oh, that's just they try to make an excuse about it, but the thing is, I look at the result. I told them, they didn't listen, and look at what's happening now.
Mm-hmm. Bias remorse. And to these Donald Trump supporters out here that got up here on this farm talking about, oh, he's going to make the economy better. How are your crops doing? How is your harvest doing? Because they are taking away immigrant workers off of farms. We've seen videos of people getting swept up. We've seen videos of people being disappeared and kidnapped in broad daylight. And what I think is genius is now that people are fighting back. And the repo vans and trucks, they are taking away ISIS trucks and cars, repoing them, and helping people, stopping people from being deported in these camps, in the concentration camps, because that's what they are. There's nothing there's nothing theatrical or beautiful to celebrate as far as Alligator Alcatraz is concerned. It's a concentration camp. That's what it is. And I think people need to start calling it what it is. Not only just that, but Donald Trump this week ended the 988 hotline, which prevents LGBTQIA plus folks who are in crisis. But there are resources out here like the Trevor Project, the Trans Lifeline, the LGBTQ National Hotline, and the LGBT National Youth Talk Line. Congresswoman Ayanna Presley posted that. I also posted the resources to my stories. So we need to be alert. Me and Deshaun was talking about that. But as far as the founder of the Heritage Foundation passing away, no, I don't feel no type of way about it. In the words of Destiny's Child from the Writings on the Wall, I feel so good. That was my response. It's in my stories. I feel so good that I can live another day as a black trans woman and walk proudly in her truth, alive. fighting white supremacy. I get to live another day now that this man is gone. And so does any other black or queer person in America. They get to live and breathe another day. You are the head of a white supremacist organization, and MAGA is a terrorist organization. Let's start calling it what it is. Now, the Seven Mountain Mandate. Has anyone heard about that? Has anyone heard about the golden age that I was
Yeah, the
telling
golden
everyone
age.
about? Manifest destiny. You're seeing it. The Seven Mountains Mandate calls on Christians to gain influence or take dominion over seven key areas of culture, religion, family, education, government, media, business, and the arts. Wait a minute. Media and the arts? Whose show that we know just got canceled not too long ago? Stephen Colbert's.
Mm.
And also CBS, ABC, Paramount. What the hell are y'all doing? Why are we capitulating and bending the knee to give Donald Trump what he wants? As it pertains to fascism, Donald Trump is a fascist with an insatiable craving for power. It's not going to stop there. And he's out here filing lawsuits, trying to sue the Wall Street Journal. You really don't want what's in those Epstein files to come out. Donald, we know your name is all over them. So you can
Hmm.
try to blame it on the boogeyman. You can try to blame it on Ghostbusters. You can try to blame it on Biden. You can try to blame it on uh, Obama. You can blame it on anybody else. Your name is on it. Obama's name is not on it, and neither is Biden's. So all of this smoke and mirrors that you're giving us, distracting us, it's not working. And then when you were asked about it, you run from those questions. January 6th, 2021, it happened in real time. The footage is still there. And Google is another company that capitulated and bent the knee to Donald Trump as well too. So what are y'all going to do? Because you give fascists what
Yeah.
they want, but they come back for more power. It's
Hmm.
the power is insatiable. The same way for CNN. What did he call CNN? The fake news. Me and Alvin just talked about this on the last panel. Fascists control the media. You want to know what Fox News is? It is right wing Nazi propaganda. That's
Yeah.
what it is. It is an echo chamber. That's what Fox News is for. And Gavin Newsom seems like there's your 2028 presidential front runner right there, since America didn't want to vote for a well qualified black woman. And forget it if you think that Jasmine Crockett or AOC is going to run for president, because we've had two women ran for president, and America in 250 years does not have a woman as president. That's a shame.
Yes, it is.
But it is because misogyny, it's because of patriarchy, and to
It's
these
because
niggas over here on this platform as well
it's
too.
sexism.
Deshaun, I'm sorry. Make sure you if you can mute your mic if you can if you're not speaking because it gets some background. Somebody said in the comments.
Oops.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure because I want to make sure we hear everybody. That's all. No shade. No shade. But go ahead.
And to these clowns over here on this platform, I'm not giving you no attention, honey. I'm not even gonna say your name. I'm not. But Bubs and Conscious got y'all's ass. Alvin too. They got y'all's ass. I'ma stay out of it. I'ma stay in a woman's place because y'all believe that a woman's place is in the kitchen, right?
No,
In the
Cooking
kitchen and
and
in the bedroom.
no,
cleaner.
ma'am. Don't put yourself like that. If you want to
No,
be in
no,
there, you can, but don't put
no, no, no,
yourself
no,
there.
no, 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 no,
You're
no, no, no,
supposed to
no.
be doing what
Queen
you do.
Stevie. No
Barefoot
shade.
and
Queen
dirty.
Stevie. Queen Stevie, I'm here with you. I'm here with you. No shade. The era that we're in right now, especially when there are people, and again, this is not just about a particular platform. It's just that this particular platform is just so queer phobic and so uh uh affected with its own rabies in a sense. It's just spazzing the fuck out. Like this is the time for us to really start calling shit for what the fuck it actually is. Because what we've been saying that was going to happen is happening, and now that it's happening, a lot of these niggas are quiet. So my thing is now that y'all quiet, have nothing to say. No, we gonna keep talking our shit. So yes, later on tonight, it's not gonna be about that platform because that platform is insignificant. There is nothing to learn there unless you want to bond in your pain and your trauma. And even when there are a few people that come through, a few healed brothers that come through, a few healed brothers that have empathy and low key sympathy, they come through to try to help. And y'all fight y'all own damn healing. But to Queen Stevie's point, and I'm sorry, I hope I interrupt you, but it's just I just felt like I got to put a pin in that because everything you were saying, Queen, just got me. Whoo, shit, just kind of more so just passionate, if you will. You mentioned something about how the Trump administration has discontinued and removed a crisis hotline for queer, not just adults, not just youth, queer people and the queer experience and the queer existence, which we're going to get into when we talk about the UK. No shade. Do you know what that's going to do to the queer community? Do you know how many unalivings that are going to be on the rise? Do you know how many queer people are going to have to resort to sex survival work? Do you know how many queer people are going to start scamming more, start lying, and y'all say y'all protecting the children. This bill right here destroys the youth. Because it don't just affect the adults, it affects the youth. And I remember on that one particular platform and shout out to T for playing it one time, and then I'll land my plane. Thank you for flying Delta. Here's the thing. Told me that, oh, well, I got pictures with the mayor and I got all this stuff. And I be talking and you don't know what it's like to go over to the house and try to stop a boy from wanting to fight his mom and all this other type of stuff. And I got all type of accolades and all type of certificates and all type of shit and been invited to buffets for free to be able to do what the hell I did. I thank God for that because that's a part of my damn life experience. Did all of that and then sat there and told me that, oh, well, until you prove something like that to me, you ain't doing no real community work, but yet have not watched my content, nor want to watch my content, nor want to listen to the people who provide whatever it is for my content. And now what's going to happen because of this whole hotline being dismantled? Now I'm going to have to do more work that y'all should have done as parents when you had children. Because that's your fucking responsibility. You go to church every damn day and roll around on the ground, snot the hell up and shit like that, asking God to forgive you time and time again. I should have been came to you. All that stuff, but you can't give that to your own child that you produced. So you're going to give that energy to somebody you haven't seen, but deny that to your own child. And then destroy God continuously to work for that queer child by providing them a hotline or a place for them to talk to somebody to feel safe because it's showing in the motherfucking house. So yeah, later on tonight, we're going to dig off in that ass because a lot of y'all niggas was very open, very loud, very proud about what you voted for, all about what's going to happen and all that type of shit.
It's going to destroy other families.
We know, and again, all we're going to do it's just like how scientists do. We're going to observe and we're going to report. So now that we're here, you damn right we gonna irritate the fuck out of every single one of y'all because this is where we at. And now this is the accountability part that nobody likes to fucking talk about. And America is long overdue for ego death. And what's so crazy is that egoic American thing that's just American, it's not just in America. That's a mindset around the world. There are people in positions of power who don't belong there because they are not healed, they are not whole, they're not complete, and they're not leaders. And now it's happening around the world. Trump has went over to North Korea and other places where there are people who are authoritative. I'm gonna fuck that word up, girl. With authority, you know what I'm talking about. Thank you. I'm gonna fuck words up, girl. No shade.
I love when he gets tongue time.
Yes, and that's the universe working for me because if I could say what I want to say without interruption, I would have to be shooting back because they're gonna try to shoot at me. I already know this. But here's the thing: he has already went to these other places and saw what it's like for dictators to run, and now he's going to use his white privilege to bring that here to America. And this is nothing new. This is nothing new. We are entering back into the 80s whenever blackness, inclusion, diversity, equity, the real things that bring the melting pot and all the flavors to America starts to happen, and the white people feel some type of way because their cooking is subpar, even though they had the power, even though they had all that type of stuff, because they don't have the spirit or the will because they have everything handed to them. They're going to do exactly what they did to those in the 60s and 70s when black people were together, when black people had one singular type of hairstyle, which was the fist. We knew what show enough and show you right and all this other type of stuff. Back in the day when these niggas had hair, now they don't, now they mad. But back then when you did, it was united, it was together. Music was better. Families were growing. Relationships were growing. Yeah, it was still bullshit, but it wasn't to this extent. And what happened? The 80s came. Here came Ronald Reagan with Reaganomics. Here come the war on drugs, the war on this, the war on that affected people of color, affected the queer community. When the AIDS epidemic happened, the president at the time refused to even address it, even though it was a national crisis. We
Right.
know how these people treat us. So at this fucking point, the only thing that I want to ask is, what do we do? Because we got to do something different. Because they're still doing the same script. They're lazy
Let's
because they
not do
made
the
us
same
lazy.
script.
So we have to do something different, which is why these conversations are important. So yes, you're going to need the queer people. You're going to need the black people. You're going to need other ethnic people to make this shit work. Because if not, we're going to see how y'all going to do on y'all own. Let's see if y'all privilege can get y'all out of this shit.
Well, that's because they don't want to get out of get out of the same predicament that they're already in. They're trying to allow themselves to stay in the same old rhetoric that they always been forever because they don't think that far. The saddest part is they want everyone to be dumbed down with them, and it's not going to work. We have so much information of LGBT, we have so much information of trans, we have so much information of people living different lives as heterosexuals. Like, you can't be a nerd, you can't be a gothic person, you got to be just a basic ass old ass person. That shit is boring. That shit is boring. You're trying to make people simulate to you just because you don't feel comfortable with the other person that's acting different. I don't like it. First of all, I like people that has different things of different opinions and different all this other stuff, because that's what I like, not the same old shit like a man's supposed to do this, a woman's supposed to do that, because it's not going to work. No one is a monolith. No one is freaking a monolith. You cannot control a person's orientation. You cannot control what a person wears. You cannot control a person of what they are. That shit is ridiculous, because the thing is, you're only creating nothing but confusion. And then you're trying to bring a confusion person that you created to a family where a family does not know who this confused person is. And now whatever happens to the heterosexual, since you said you want a man and a woman together, you don't know what's going on between them, because the thing is, hell can be right in the freaking household, and you're the one that was to blame for it, trying to teach them that when they did not want that person. That's the saddest part about that. But the thing is, they just want to keep it like that so that they think that they're doing a good job. No, you're not doing a good job. You're actually making the person miserable. That's the saddest part about it. See, the thing is, these people just want to make other people miserable because they're miserable. That's the real part about it, because they can't be who they was. So they have to live through the Lord, but the Lord sees you, because the thing is, you think you're trying to be perfect. You're not perfect, my dude or woman. That's the saddest part about it. That's the saddest part about it. So what we can do is, since y'all motherfuckers want to do that, change the narrative. That's what you need to do.
That part. And I'm so glad that I'm looking at my nails and I ain't got no booty crust in my shit. I ain't got no hot Cheeto crumbs.
Oh my God.
I ain't got no old boogers in my stuff. I ain't got oil in my shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, take care of yourself. It's so crazy. Okay, let's stop because we got a clip to get into. You know, we can talk about this all day because this is a part of our life.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah, shout
also,
out. Go ahead.
wait, one more thing. Do you know that Fox also is trying to clear Donald Trump's name? Fox. They were trying to clear up Donald Trump's name because of the Epstein case. And also,
Oh,
Donald Trump said something about his son, saying, "Oh, these people are trying to talk about my son. My son didn't do anything. They're just trying to do whatever they're trying to do to take me and my son down. That's all it is." I heard it on Fox.
I
Here's the
see.
thing about the Epstein. Here's the thing about the Epstein. It's not going to go anywhere. It's nothing's going to happen from it. Okay, nothing's going to happen to Trump. And just as we've already saw where they're already, where they're already interviewing a lot of these Trump supporters, uh, they're saying it don't matter. Those two or three that are out there complaining or saying, they don't like this or whatever, it's going to come down to the same thing with Republicans and the Trump supporters, like it always does. They're still going to back him no matter what. So they get out there, they bloviate, they'll
Yeah.
say a lot of bullshit, but when it comes down to it, it's going to be just like Marjorie Taylor Greene and all of those other ones, Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. It's going to come down to the same thing they did. They talk about these, like what they don't like, and they don't like this, they don't like that, and they don't want to support this. But when it comes down to it, at the last minute of that vote or whatever happens, they go back and they side with their party. So those Trump supporters, all of them are still going to side with Trump, no matter what Trump has done. He's already said he can go out there and shoot somebody on Fifth, Sixth, Seventh, whatever avenue he can do
Fifth
that.
Avenue. Yep.
And they said they would still support him. He's already went out there. He's already grabbed the women by the pussy. He's already, done had women with abortions. He's already done a whole lot of stuff. It's just like a lot of these big celebrities and a lot of these people with money. Most of them usually are going to get off. Now, if we elected Trump, I didn't, but if part of the United States elected Trump back into office, okay, when they know that he was a damn grifter, when they know he was a damn knave, when they know that he was a criminal, a crook, a liar, a pathological, narcissist, when they know that this man is dangerous and they elected him back into office, they're not going to do shit about the Epstein stuff. This is just smoke and mirrors again, where they're going to sit there and bloviate. They're going to do the same shit they've been following him no matter what. And when it comes down to it, they have already sicked his whatever the so-called ICE, they're just deputizing anybody, to
The
be ICE,
Gestapo officers.
right.
That's what they
So,
are.
so when it comes down to it, they're going to do the same stuff, and they're going to back him. So I'm not even this Epstein shit, we all know that Trump was in that, just like we know that a whole bunch of people were in that. They were talking about Trump was in it even before they put Epstein in jail. Okay, but they still went and voted this man back into office. So they don't give a fuck. They do not give a shit about what Trump does, says, or what kind of harm he does. So I mean, that's just my rant on it. But
It's the truth. And they will go, me and Harold, we said this the last time we were up here on the panel. They will go right back into that voting booth and they will vote for him again. And do you know what Republicans in Texas are trying to do right now? The gay liberal posted something on the gram, and let me see if I can pull it up. Okay,
Not the
Texas
AI part.
Republicans are are stealing our elections. After 130 Texans died, Greg Abbott called a special session not for flood relief, but to force through a redistricting plan to help him steal congressional seats. Help Donald Trump steals him. Well, now, here's what's happening. Trump said jump, and Abbott said, "How high, Daddy?" The U.S. Department of Justice says 4 Texas congressional districts may be unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. That's exactly what this is. So those seats, one is vacant. You got Rep. Al Green, Mark Veazey, Sylvia Garcia, all Democrat held seats. So Texas leaders have also repeatedly claimed that the state's voting maps are race blind until Trump DOJ disagreed. Everything they do is based on race. If you are not white, you're not qualified to be in the position. This is to make America white again. It is voter suppression. It is gerrymandering. It is voter disenfranchisement. Whereas, and this was going on during the election, I seen a woman wear a shirt that said something about poll tax. I can guarantee you, and I don't want to sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist, that they will probably go back to that where black people will probably have to pay poll tax to vote. This is exactly what this is. So Republicans are already rigging the 2026 midterms election. This is what they're doing. This
Mm-hmm.
is what they're doing. So while we're worried about trans people, non-binary people, pan people, intersex people, this is what Republicans are doing behind the scenes To the men on the platform, I hope y'all are paying attention because y'all voted for him, and obviously you didn't get what you wanted.
But
It's not
also,
going well for you. Y'all been mighty quiet. And then Rob Smith, you still out here shucking and jiving.
mm,
What did I say about the I had an adult film star on my show, Justin Long. What did he say on that interview about Toby's? And I said, Alvin, what did me and Harold say about Toby? Y'all know
Right.
how I feel about Toby. Oh,
Toby,
I'd
Toby
be
be a
a
good
good,
nigga.
I'd be a good nigga, massa. I'd be a good nigga,
a good
massa.
nigga, massa.
Rob Smith online, you still out here tap dancing, you still shucking and jiving
Oh, Rod
with
Smith.
your
Let me tell
MAGA
you about this
hat,
dude.
with your
He,
MAGA hats. Y'all got your MAGA hats. Let me
but
tell you something.
this is the dude that was in a party that these he allowed these white people to call him a fag
And yeah,
in a
and the N word
party,
too.
and he just
Yep.
laughed, just went along with it. Like
Let
this
me tell
is
you
the
something. As much as
God.
you try to be white adjacent or surround yourself with these crackers, let me tell you something. These motherfuckers will never invite you to their party. They will never welcome you. You're not welcomed. And you can ask the black Nazi, Mr. Nude Africa, Mark Robinson in North Carolina about that. You can ask him about it. Talking about he feel betrayed. What did you expect? What did you expect? All of that shoe shining and licking. Your tongue should be black
He
from
got what he
licking the
asked for. He
bottoms
got what he
of
voted
Donald
for.
Trump's shoes.
But you
These
know
coon
what?
ass black
This is
men and
also
black women, they get on my damn nerves with this. They get exactly what they asked for. Don't start whining.
exactly.
Don't go vote for Trump and you're some damn call yourself the black magas and stuff with your coon asses. Okay, and then when the shit happens and you don't get what you think you're going to get out of it, because
Right.
they're grifters also. They think they're getting something out of it also. Some of them think they're getting another stimulus check or two, and you ain't getting shit with your black
But
asses. Okay,
but listen, my
so
cousin.
but with your coon asses, then you got what you fucked around and found out and you voted for. So
But
quit your
And
whine.
this is
and
how it
Candace
works.
Owens, with your nappy head ass, let me
Ah,
tell you something.
happy it is.
Sister, you not welcome back over here. You not welcome back in the black community. Yes, I called her nappy head ass.
Ah.
Go perm your edges, sis. Let me tell you something. You have claimed that black people have always been tried to be the victim. We are the real true victims. We invented this country. We built this country, built off of the backs of our ancestors. And you would sit your ass up on Fox News, you and Rob Smith online, and Tim Scott from my city of South Carolina, and Byron Donalds out here running for election as well too. All of these black conservatives out here, y'all don't have a whole lot to say, except you're past this big ugly bill. Tim Scott, you went and you bragged about it with your grizzle looking ass. Now, I'm so fed up with y'all out here saying that it's still the trans, it's still the gays. No, 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 no. It's not us. Y'all still pointing the finger. You're still blaming people. You're doing the same thing that he does. He calls it the spin. See, when you challenge them and you push back on it, they say, oh, well, I'm going to spin. I'm going to go ahead and turn to my narrative. I'm going to do this to my narrative. No, we know the actual truth. We know what's in those files. We know that his name is all over it. And he's scrambling, calling podcasters, telling them not to talk about it. I mean, you literally had Charlie Kirk being told, don't talk about this on your podcast no more because Donald Trump called him. You scrambling. Not only that, but this is what else Republicans have been doing. Congress votes to cut $9 billion from public broadcasting. Education is elevation and education is fundamental. NPR and PBS. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you so concerned about Big Bird. What are you going to do with your constituents? But y'all don't care. You care about your own self interest. Republicans, it's been that year for decades where they care about their own self interest. They care about protecting white supremacy. So you can't get mad at black people for saying, y'all got it, because we've been down this road. We already knew what was up. When the man stepped his flat, rotund orange ass off of that escalator and got up there and what did he call Mexicans? What did he call the motherland Africa? And did you see how he disrespected the president
He disrespected the
from
Native
Africa?
Americans too.
Yeah, Native Americans. It's any marginalized group. And the hypocrisy comes in because his great grandfather is an immigrant. Your wife is an immigrant. JD Vance's wife is an immigrant. Half of y'all are married to immigrants. And y'all want to deport everything that is black and brown out of this country. Get out of here. Miss me
While
with the
bringing
Bush.
in white South African immigrants.
Talking about their
And he's not
refugees.
respecting it. And he's not disrespecting. If you notice, he's not disrespecting those the white nations. He's not disrespecting Russia and all of them. It's all the people of
Oh, he know
color
not that y'all
and
already
the
know
African
what I tell
nations.
y'all.
And
Look,
some of them, some of those African nations, some of them, they're allowing him to do that. I mean, some of them are presidents themselves. They don't have to take that shit from Trump.
But the
You
thing
he
know,
was
is, you see,
angry.
some of those
That president,
Africans just
yeah,
go with it. Like
but
some
he's
of
over
them are
there.
actually Trump supporters over in Africa too. Don't get
Some
it
of them
twisted.
are. Some of them
Cause
are.
I just saw a dude gyrating over in Africa. The leader had the freaking "Make
wearing the
America
hat.
Great Again" dancing with the rest of them. I saw that up on Instagram now.
Oh,
And I'm like,
and
what the
speaking
hell is going on? So they're just going to listen to
exactly.
whatever instead of doing their own freaking research. Because we know that Africans are a little bit smarter than that. They know better than that.
Oh, your English is so good. Didn't he say that to the president? He said, I didn't know y'all speak English
He's
so good.
he's inten-
And then
he's intentionally insulting them.
you go
He's
and you attack,
intentionally.
yeah, a nepo baby. A nepo
That's a
baby.
superior. That's a
And then
superiority. He thinks he's superior to black folks. That's why he's doing that. He's trying to play the superior white race card.
And that's exactly what Adolf Hitler did. The German
Right.
race is the superior race. The Germans
Right.
turned on the Jews and wiped the Jewish population out in Germany. If you go all the way back and look at it, I watched a
That's
4-hour documentary on Adolf Hitler. And the same thing that Donald Trump is doing with arresting people, disappearing people, detaining people out of this country, and we're seeing people not getting the proper care and treatment they need. Cruelty is the
Mhm.
point with this administration. And
That's because Adolf Hitler, that he studied the American slave trade. He studied American history about slavery and also our I can't think of it, but he studied that because it's in his book Mein Kampf. It's in his book where he studied us, and that's how he knew how to treat people over in Germany, of what to do and how to oppress them, suppress and how to suppress society. So he studied us over here in the United States, and we knew he studied us, and we didn't do shit about it until almost 10 years later, when when the war and stuff came up. But we, just like we always do, we allow this shit to happen. We're complicit.
You
The
got
United
static,
States,
Deshaun.
Oh,
United
let
States
me
is
just block it
complicit.
off.
United States is complicit with this stuff. Until when we think it's benefiting us, until it doesn't benefit us no more, and then we want to get involved and do something. But the United States was complicit in not stepping in and stopping Adolf Hitler. And they knew that he studied us, and that he studied the slavery and the slave trade and stuff like that. So, but anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get this video started because I know Bub's gotta get over there to conscious. So I want to get everybody comments and stuff on that, and then so we can get on over there.
Right. Lastly, one last thing. I'm sorry. One last thing, real
That's
quick,
gonna
real
be
quick.
interesting
Candace,
also.
I'm sorry. Just one last thing. I'm sorry. Candace Owens, because Queen Stevie said you're not invited in. I have a solution. The only way that Candace Owens ass can be invited back into the black community here in America is that she gonna have to live stream camping outside of O Block and survive. If she can do that, then she will be back in the black community. That's it.
She ain't coming to my barbecue, so y'all go right ahead.
You survive O
I don't care.
Block, you can come back.
I don't care what she do. She ain't coming on. She ain't coming over here to my barbecue. But y'all do what y'all need to do. All righty. So what I did with this, on the video, I got a video here from the UK, and then I contrasted, bumped it up against some of our videos here in the United States, so we can do a compare and contrast. There's a lot of stuff that's similar, and there's some things that are different. There's some things that they were ahead on us on, and there's some things that we were ahead of them on, and and there's stuff that seems to still be lacking, and then we still, with both of us and just other nations around the world too, we still seem to be, even though there's policies and laws that have been put into place for LGBTQ plus IA people, there still seems to be in society all around the world this not accepting the queer people, and a lot of it falls back on religion. Not all of it is religion, but most of it seems to still be religious based. And so the discrimination and the the pain that that the world at large can inflict on LGBT people, and then we're constantly having to defend and fight for our rights and stuff, just like Black folks have done here in the United States, and so sometimes this hypocrisy and shit that comes out of Black folks also, just ticks my bubble. But anyway, let's get into it, and then y'all feel free to stop me anywhere, and chime in. I might stop it here and there, and then get y'all, get your opinions and your rants and stuff, and then we'll move on. So let's go ahead and get this popping.
In an era of gay rights, marriage, even parenthood, some Brits still struggle to accept homosexuality.
A woman and a woman, and a man and a man. I just don't believe that.
The male, the female, even the animals, they are like this.
And some call being gay a decision, a bad decision.
I'm sorry to cut you, but you're comparing homosexuality to stealing and
I'm not equating. I'm not.
I know, but you're comparing.
But for those who feel they have no choice, the effects can be devastating.
He kicked my bedroom door open. He was like, I want you out of my house by midnight. And we didn't speak for 3 years.
Leaving gay men under attack from their own community.
Sometimes I love bottles thrown at my head. I love people saying, oh, you fatty man, go die.
And even their own family.
My own mother said to me, if you murdered someone, I'd still accept you. But you being gay, I can't accept you for that.
Gay marriage became legal in Britain in 2014, but in some Black and Asian communities, homosexuality itself remains taboo. South London has the largest population of Black men in the UK, and it's my home, so it seems like a good place to start.
I'm going to meet a guy called Max today in his barber shop. Now, if you've ever actually been to a Black barber's, you'll know that it's the best place for debate. It's the best place for shit talking and talking about something like homosexuality in a Black barber's. For me, will stir up some real honest answers and potentially start a conversation that I've never had or heard.
Honest answers.
Max, hey, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Max's parents are from West Africa, just like mine.
What age would you say you realized that you were actually a gay man?
To be honest, I guess deep down I always knew in the back of my mind, but it wasn't up until the age of 18 that I accepted it within myself. One day I kind of just, I don't know what the trigger was. I just kind of woke up and I was like, yeah, this isn't working for me. Like, I'm gay.
Yeah. How long did it take you to go from that realization to actually approaching that conversation with your father?
Well, I didn't actually have that conversation with my father.
You didn't?
No.
Right.
One day, the pastor of the church came up to me and she asked me if I was gay. And at this point in time, my philosophy was like, I'm not going to tell people, but if somebody asks me, I'm not going to deny it. And I said, yeah. And then she asked me if my dad knew.
Yeah.
And I said, I haven't told him yet. And at the end of the conversation, she said to me, if you don't tell him, I will.
So what, she went on to tell him off the back of you not taking that week to tell him? And how did he react?
It wasn't great. He kicked my bedroom door open, gave me this long 10-minute lecture, and he was like, I want you out of my house by midnight. And we didn't speak for 3 years.
Max tells me they now talk just 2 to 3 times a year.
It's fair to say my father doesn't know who I am right now.
Yeah. Based on your experience, what would you say is most commonplace when it comes to West African parents and how parents react to that news?
Do you know, I think a lot of people from Africa are very religious.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it starts.
Excuse me, Auntie. Where are you from?
I'm part Liberia, Sierra Leone.
Okay. And how long have you been in the UK?
16 years.
16 years. But okay, now that's your little boy who's getting his hair cut, right?
Yeah.
What is your attitude towards homosexuality? For instance, if your son came out as gay, how do you think you'd react?
It's quite hard because African people, like you said, something that is a cultural thing. First and foremost, I will ask my son, why? Because for us, to be quite honest, they think it's a big taboo for them. It will be so hard, even for me, because in the first place, I don't even get it. Gay, I don't even get it.
Excuse me, brother. It's fairly obvious what your religious beliefs are, but culturally, I'm really interested in your point of view. First of all, where are your family from? What's your background?
Well, my parents are from St. Lucia.
You're West Indian?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm West Indian.
Were they born there and came over?
Yeah.
And you were born here, I take it?
I was born here, yeah.
And how old are you now?
I'm 30 now.
You're 30 years old. What are your views on homosexuality?
You to your way, me to my way, but me, I don't agree with this one. A lot of good comes from men and women, you know, like being together, brother. You understand? Not to put it like this way, but even the animals, they are like this. You understand? Like the male, the female, even the plants are like this. You know.
What would you do with?
Well, again, we've talked about this before, though.
Wrong.
you don't know your history. You don't know your. Go do some research. All the animals are not like that. All plants are not like.
I know, because the thing is, the fish
They
can
do
turn
a lot
into.
of good together. They do a lot of good together. He says they do a lot of good together, but you're overlooking all the bad that they do together too. You know, it's no different. Gay people, queers, whatever. It's no different when it comes to that. You know, man, woman, whatever type shit. You know, there's good and bad in everybody, and there's plenty of men and women that are together that don't even like each other. You know, they can be married and they don't even love each other or like each other. Sometimes they're fighting, beating the shit out of each other. They're unhappy. So, you know, that's just, you know, there's all type of shit going on in heterosexual relationships. You know, not saying that they're all bad, because they're not, but on the whole, most of them are not that great. You know, you get same challenges in both communities.
It's either way across the spectrum. Either way across the spectrum. Oh, go ahead, Deshaun. I'm sorry.
No, see, the thing, he keeps talking about nature, but nature has also homosexuality in there too. And also, do you know that fish can change? Do you know that fish can change their sexuality? Actually, their identity. They can turn into male to a female. Because I actually looked up on Animal Planet that one of the fish that you know, when they get older, when the male dies, the female actually turns into a male, and the male, she becomes a male so that she can, or the male would turn and then try to populate to the next generation, and then that generation will change to female to male too, or something like that. I don't know how it works with nature, but they need to start doing research on that, because they're not educated at all. It's really sad. And also, there's 2 male lions that also have sex with each other just because, and also other animals as well, even the bobo monkeys or whatever you call them, the bobo monkeys, whatever you call them. I don't know what they are, but those also do homosexual sex too in nature. So I don't know where he's getting this from. He keeps saying nature, but nature is pretty much everything.
And hey, I'm looking at my aquarium right now. Okay, there's snails in my aquarium. The snails have both sexes. Okay, they have they have sex with each other, and they're male and female both. They have both anatomies. Okay, and then they produce all the time with each other. So, people need to do their research before they actually come out, or go do, I don't know what they
Well,
learned in biology and, even in school, elementary school, coming up into junior high and high school. We were taught that, I'm hoping they teach that now, but we were taught that in uh in elementary going into high school, all of that, and then when you go to college, well, you're definitely going to be taught all of that. So I don't know, and some people maybe they didn't go to college, which is fine, but I'm sure these guys here went to high school or went to, I'm not sure, but I'm sure they learned that somewhere. So where are they getting this? It's like they know nothing about nature at all. They know nothing. It seems like they know nothing about nature at all.
well, that's because they've been conditioned, and they also have been programmed. When you're a kid, you're programmed to know just that by your parents. That is very, very narcissistic and also controlling, and just trying to erase the LGBT. Like they act like they never seen a gay person before, and thinking like it doesn't exist. So they teach their kids that they don't exist, so that the kid, when
Right.
they grow up, they'll don't know. It's like, oh my god, what the heck are you doing, and all that other stuff. It's programming. This is all programming. It's all programming to erase the LGBT, and just to, even when the LGBT person is like teens all the way up to an adult, the straight people that don't know about the LGBT, all they know is negativity, they're going to judge them just because of their sexuality, because that's all they know. They don't know the person. They just know the sexuality, like, ugh, it's disgusting. Oh, you must be raping someone, or someone must have molested you because their parents told them this stuff. That's the reason why that's the reason. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, that's the reason why that they are actually they're teaching these kids this. And this is the reason why when they grow up they become very homophobic. They just don't know why they are like this, is because of their parents. Their parents are doing this.
Boom. That right there. Because their parents taught them. So
Right.
how do we know where did Donald Trump get this hatred and this bigotry from? I'm gonna use him as an example. This hatred for other groups that are marginalized. It's gotta start somewhere. The problem always starts at the home first and the parents. So what was his parents teaching him growing up? And if
Oh,
you
read
watch
Mary
his
Trump's
niece,
book. She'll tell you. Read
Mary
her book.
Trump,
That's
yeah,
all in there.
too much and never enough, how the world's most dangerous man was created.
Hmm.
She would go all the way back to his childhood. I mean, his grandfather, for Pete's sakes, owned prostitutes. It goes all the way back to that. So where do you think he learns this? Hate is taught, but love
And his
is so
grandfather was a
much easier.
supremacist.
It doesn't cost a thing to love and appreciate people. But see, you don't
It,
want to do that. You would rather judge, prosecute, and nail people to the cross.
but the
That's
thing
what you
is,
do. There's
but
nothing
the
godly about that. There's
right.
nothing godly about prosecuting somebody who's not doing anything but existing. And as far as animals
But
and sexuality, every time somebody says, "Oh, we didn't know the animals of the same sex were attracted to it," all you got to do is go back to the fabulous Conscious TV's live of Conscious breaking it down about animals and sexuality and gender norms and animals. Do your research, people. The research is out
Mhm.
there. As Conscious Lee would say, education is elevation. Pick up a book and read sometimes. Because see, when you follow the indoctrination, as Deshaun just said so brilliantly, because oh my God, I gotta find that video. I gotta send it to the chat. There was
Mhm.
this video of children dressed how they would go to a charter school in their uniforms or whatever, going by the Christian typical ways. And the Constitution, there is a clause in the Constitution that says church and state should be separate. Our girl T.S. Madison even said that on her platform. Church and state need to be separate. And with organized religion, as we're seeing with Jasmine Garter, as Bubs played on her channel, she's even debated people and talked about this on her channel. Conscious TV is another one as well too. Now me, I don't really get into all of the religion things, but I'm gonna tell you right now, with me, you mess with me, honey, you going straight to hell. We can go right there butt naked together, honey. Cause I'm gonna be right there with my red pumps on, legs crossed like Sharon Stone. First thing, smoking. Tell you something. We can go together. I don't get into all of that. And that's one thing about it.
But
Because I mean, I was brought up in the church. I was brought up in the church Baptist down here in South Carolina. And Harold will tell you too, if you in the deep South, you in the deep South. That Bible Belt, I mean, tongue talking, double stomping, hands clapping, ladies got the mint candy in the purse, the big old hats. That's the type of church that I grew up in. And organized religion has been a poison in the Black community, plaguing the Black community for decades. And I'm going to tell you why. Because we judge and we prosecute people. You don't want people that's different. You don't want people to have different sexualities, orientations, genders, anything. You don't want any of that. We are adapting the same mindset of our oppressors, and that is to prosecute and punish people and nail them to the cross without even knowing their story, which is what this administration is doing right now. It is Islamophobia, it is xenophobia. What did they call the man who's running for mayor in New York, Zoran Mamdani? They called him a communist. And if you go back and you look at Hitler, Hitler used the same exact language. These are no longer dog whistles. They're using a fucking bullhorn and they're getting across the masses. It's on News Nation. It's on Fox News. It's on One America News Network. It's on Sky News Australia. You got the likes of Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk and so many others out here, Alex Jones, echoing the same sentiments. And now Republicans in Congress, they're scared for their life because they don't want Donald Trump coming after him. They don't want any retribution from him. They don't want any smoke. You stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And you think that this man is going to stay off your ass if you just pet him on the head and give him a little bit of favor after that? No, you better be prepared for what's coming. You give him what he want a little bit, you give a fascist what they want a little bit, and they still going to come after your ass. CNN did the same thing. And what did he do? He said, I'm thinking about suing CNN. What is this man doing right now trying to sue the Wall Street Journal? It's the hypocrisy. There ain't nothing Christ-like about that. But see, y'all will take that American flag and y'all will take that Bible and y'all will shove it down people's throats. There's nothing American about it. Ain't nothing American about this. There's nothing patriotic about this, what y'all doing. Y'all are judging and prosecuting people. And then be the main ones sitting up there fucking somebody else's husband in the house. Fake fucked my husband. If you watch Soul Food, you know. Now, back to scheduled programming. We're going to fight. We're going to resist. We're going to continue to keep pushing back against this regime. And to the ones out here, these Black men that voted for Donald Trump on their platforms that think that everything that they're doing is so Christ-like, this is so divine. Wait your turn, baby. Because first they come for the trans. You wanted the trans eliminated. You wanted the LGBTQIA plus community eliminated. There's nothing Christ-like about that. I also recall a Bible, since y'all love to throw Bible scriptures in our faces. The Bible says, come one, come all. No sin is greater than the other. Y'all love to rub Exodus right up in our face. Fire and brimstone. Yes, Lord. Y'all love to throw that up in our face. But y'all be the biggest hypocrites ever. And you want to take from the working class, the poor, and give to the uber wealthy. The 1% will flourish. And in 2026, if you don't have no health care or no type of insurance, well, you're going to be SOL. I suggest you go on ahead and run on down there and try to get you some insurance right about now. Because in 2026, if you are on the Affordable Care Act, be prepared to be cut off. Because they just did a big tax break for the uber wealthy with this big ugly bill. There's nothing beautiful about it. And I won't call it beautiful because there's nothing beautiful about it. This just gave the biggest transfer of wealth to them. Now, the Bible also has a couple verses in there about greed as well, too, since we want to talk about the Bible and what the Bible says and what the Lord says and what our God says. And as far as the Heritage Foundation, it's a bunch of insecure white men who want to shove and force their Christian values on Americans, beating Americans into submission. There's nothing Christ-like about that. As Deshaun just stated, it's indoctrination. You want to put this in the schools. You want to place the 10 commandments, and half of y'all clowns don't even follow the 10 commandments. Oops, I spoke too soon. So, yeah, some of y'all don't even follow them.
None of
Stephen
them
Miller,
follow it.
Elon
None
Musk
of them
took your
follow the
wife.
Ten Commandments. None
Yeah.
of them follow the Bible. Nobody
Nobody follows
follows the
it.
Bible. They just
No.
use it to discriminate. But nobody follows the Bible, because if they did, they wouldn't get out the damn bed in the morning. They wouldn't be able to do anything if they followed the Bible. Okay, they're all hypocrites.
Yes,
No,
they
they
are.
don't follow. None of them follow. They pick out the shit that they wanna oppress you with, but they don't use the same stuff against them. How many people are in the damn churches now that ain't married with kids, and they're sleeping around with each other or other people out in the street and fornicating, as the so-called as the Bible said? How many of them got on all their mixed linen and their makeup and hair? Not just men and women, but not just women, but men too. How many of them are out there having sex outside of marriage? Okay, most of the world is doing that. Okay, none of them follow the Bible. That's just something they use to oppress people. Okay, set themselves up above other people. Well, if they're looking at them, then they're not looking at my life. Okay, so I'll oppress them and discriminate against them, but they don't want you to do the same shit to them, though. Okay, none of them, nobody in the world follows that Bible, because if they did, they wouldn't even get out the damn bed in the morning, because it's so restrictive.
And MAGA Mike Johnson lives by this. Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, he lives by this. Y'all were praying for this bill. Y'all were sitting up there after you prayed, and you said that. What did he say about Donald Trump getting his ear shot at? He said that this was a divine plan. Trump is not no fucking divine plan. There's nothing divine or godly about this man.
It was
Nothing.
divinely
Nothing
planned
about
by
ripping.
Trump.
He, the late
Trump
Nikki
planned that shit
Giovanni.
himself.
Exactly. The late Nikki Giovanni said that he is a mix of Adolf Hitler and Satan, and that has always stood with me. This man is the Antichrist. There's nothing godly about him. He's a whole demon. And then for you to get up here and weaponize Christianity, to use it to beat other people into submission, mainly women and the queer community, because if you're not hetero, male, or upholding the values, you're not welcomed. You're not welcomed. Everyone should be welcomed. America is a place where everyone should be welcome to have equal and open opportunity. But no, white supremacy, misogyny, patriarchy, homophobia, transphobia, Islamophobia, and xenophobia has taken over. Transphobia as well too, because y'all made it so clear that y'all focus more so on us than anything, and we're not doing anything over here but minding our business. You're worried about the wrong 1%. You would rather use us as smoke and mirrors to distract people while you steal their hard-earned tax-paying dollars and you give it to ICE agents who get who are now going to be getting a big bonus of our hard-earned tax-paying dollars, and you want to fund that. Well, and then if you don't pay taxes, it's like be damned if you do, be damned if you don't. If you don't pay them, they're going to come look for you anyway. They still going to come after you. And to the people out here saying, well, I'm in a blue state, I'm in a blue state. Well, guess what he's doing with blue states? He'll cut off funding to blue states. So keep going on about your blue state. The floods in Texas, 27 girls dead. And you want to know what Greg Abbott got up there and said? I've been wanting to push his damn wheelchair off a fucking cliff. I want to flat the tires on his wheelchair. I want to pull the power battery out his fucking wheelchair. I am sick of Governor Hot Wheels in Texas. Greg Abbott, you are a disgrace. That's what you are. And when I see you, somehow I hope I get hand to the back of your chair so I can pull it all off, push it all off the cliff somewhere. You
And
get
you
on my
better be
nerves.
careful because again, you doing that is a black job. So you fuck around and get fucked up because you're doing a black job.
Exactly. And it would be the work of the Lord. It would be a godly thing to do. Since you want to go out here. That tree obviously didn't fall on his ass hard enough. Now, this is where we're at right now. We are having to fight all of these things. It is a big ass mess sandwich. You got fascism, you got white supremacy, you got white Christian nationalism. It is so many white supremacist organizations in the United States of America. I can't even count. Some of them are even across in other countries as well too. Now, with them wanting to have superior, going back to media because I had to go tend to my mom, one part of that statement as it pertains to the 7 mandates, it said media and entertainment. Let's get into that. With Stephen Colbert's shows being canceled, what do you think is going to happen next? They're cutting funding for PBS, cutting funding for NPR. They're also going to probably go after, and I can guarantee you, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, any late night show that's been critical or made fun of Donald Trump. He'll go after them. As Alvin said, eventually they'll come for you all. Once they come for one, they'll come for all. It doesn't matter who you are. So to anybody thinking, well, I'm in a blue state, I'm going to get the best. Yeah, I'm in a red state too. And look what he did to out North Carolina. I'm not in
Well, look
North
what's happening
Carolina.
in New York.
Yeah,
They're
New
having a
York.
riot right now in New York. All those people in New York is like, hey, we hate Donald Trump. We don't like Donald Trump. And they're
We sure
already
don't.
doing a rioting and they're already in front of his building right now, the Trump Towers over in New York.
And
That is crazy over there.
You saw how that Tesla exploded. Donald, your ass could have been in that Tesla too. You ain't too far. Something flew over there that had you shook. And Iran,
But
Iran, if you ever listen to this, honey, we won't be mad again if you fly those missiles over 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We will not be mad at it, honey, at all. Iran, you keep
oh,
fucking with Iran, Donald, you're gonna find out.
wait, I gotta tell you this. You know what? Donald Trump wants this to happen because the thing is, he wants to be assassinated. Because the thing is, I just found out
Oh,
on
please let
Instagram
it
again.
happen. It would be the greatest Christmas gift ever. Please let it happen. And I don't want to hear nothing about no grays either because he talking about they want us to now they have now tried to introduce a legislation that that wants us to celebrate this attempt that happened on the campaign trail during the election. Donald, you were not injured. That whole thing was staged like a motherfucker. The same way Holly Berry kissed Adrian, what's his name at the Oscars, that thing was staged. That was staged too. You staged the whole thing. And then for the other one that happened in the golf course on the election trail as well too. These attempts that happened to you. Please make my wish come true. Please make my wish come true. Make all of our wish come true. But see, if that happens, guess who the power goes to next? The one wearing the eyeliner, JD Vance.
That's what they
Vance
want.
and Queen. Yeah. Project 2025's darling. His ass is up next. Couldn't
Because
even answer a simple question at the
right.
debate. Tim Walz asked you, hey, uh, did he lose the 2020 election? I'm worried about the future. That was his response. End quote. We're not talking about that. Did he win or lose this election? And if you think that JD Vance is going to certify these election results, you got another thing coming as it pertains to Democrats trying to take back the House or anything. So we're giving you the warning call right here, the Short Stack Revolution. We're all giving you the warning call. And that warning call is Republicans are already rigging next year's election.
Oh yeah,
So you
they
need to
are.
be prepared. Be prepared. They trying to distract you, smoke and mirrors. And yes, stay on the Epstein files. Keep applying pressure. Keep turning that volume up. Keep turning that volume all the way up. We know Pam Bondi is going to protect Donald Trump. First, you said you was going to release the files, and then you say you don't know where the files are. Girl, quit playing in our face. We know exactly what's up and why you won't release it, because his name is all over it. He's got his hands all in the cookie jar.
Mm-hmm.
Get on with the video.
Yeah. Yep.
We'll come back to that. We're gonna come back to that because that's all up in here too. But let's get on.
Yeah.
Got to get out of
But
here.
stop worrying about the gays. The gays ain't doing nothing. We're not doing nothing to the Christian people out here. Y'all so worried about us. Sweep under your own doorstep. The world will be a better place if people just mind their own goddamn business.
Yeah.
Stop focusing on what we're doing. I think the problem is people look at who we sleep with. Sexually, the first thing they think is sexuality, sex. What are you doing behind closed doors? None of your damn business. And if anything, I'm probably doing it better than your wife and your girlfriend, since you want to make it about trans women.
I thought they didn't want to know. Oh, I don't want to know about that. That's nasty. I don't want to know nothing
Oh
about
yeah,
that.
that. And I don't want to have the men you have. Huh, okay.
Y'all gonna do the video. Let me get on with the video.
Alvin.
I know y'all got a lot to say. We gonna get back to it. We gonna get back to it.
If your daughter actually came home and told you that she was homosexual?
I mean, to begin with, I'd be heartbroken. To begin with, I'd be heartbroken personally. I would have the hope maybe it's a phase, it's something, and
Does that mean that you believe that homosexuality is something that a person chooses?
people are choosing to become homosexual.
What would you say?
People not choosing to become homosexual,
it's
but you're
almost,
saying it's a phase.
and no
Listen,
offense to
what
you,
is
but
it?
like, it's probably
dumbass.
the most
I'm
ridiculous thing
telling you,
anyone can say.
why
That
not have another
someone would choose
kid,
to be gay.
like I
If you look
said,
at the world we
that
live
will
in,
be
being gay isn't,
heterosexual?
like,
These
it's
motherfuckers
never
are
been.
fucking idiots. I gotta say this because it don't make no sense. One thing you're saying is a phase, then you're saying is they can't choose the sexuality, so they're gay. So why not have another kid? Stop relying on your kid to have your kid. That's freaking stupid. Because he's going to be gay no matter what. Freaking idiots, man. These are motherfucking dumbass niggas. I cannot stand stupid shit like this. How the fuck are you going to say something like that? You're making confusion. And again, I just told you minutes and minutes ago that these motherfuckers are the ones that create confusion of their freaking children. And you wonder why there's so much hell that's going on in the home. But then they want to say openly gays are destroying the home. Well, why is your son DL then? Because he cannot tell you who he is. If he comes out gay, you're going to kill him or do whatever you can to make him straight, knowing that he cannot. You dumb bastard. You weak ass, dumb, weak ass bitch. Do not motherfucking have another kid. You don't have another kid. You're the main nigga, the father that's supposed to have another kid. You're relying on the son to have another kid, knowing that he's freaking gay. You're a dumbass motherfucker. You are absolutely, you're a freaking idiot. And you're shameful. And you're the fucking devil and a narcissist.
A good thing. It's never been something easy to do. So why would anyone at any age wake up one day and say, do you know what? I want to be a homosexual so that the people in the street can throw rocks at me and so that I could be rejected by my family?
I don't know, because obviously you could be with a woman, that relationship may not have worked out. Maybe she done your head in. Maybe this, like she was, she was a bad woman. She oppressed you. She made you feel low. All this stuff. But there's many out here. The good one may have come after this one.
Do you think that your versions of happiness can exist side by side?
I am dating a gay man that I should not be
It's
dating, though, you dumb motherfucker. You're actually embarrassing the woman. You're actually letting your son go out there fucking these women, and these women do not want to date a gay man. You dumb ass, loser ass, fucking hoe ass motherfucker. You're the one that's actually doing this dumb ass shit. Then you want to complain that your son is treating this woman bad because he's gay when he comes out the closet, or she says that, oh, my husband is gay and I did not know. You're creating this bullshit, you dumbass. So you're creating DL men, you dumbass. You are a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You see the go-to that these motherfucking niggas are going to? If you listen and read between the lines of what these motherfuckers are saying, it's absolutely absurd. Instead of having another kid where the kid is wired to be heterosexual while the other kid is gay first, you can have another fucking kid, you dumbass. And niggas are freaky, right? You can fuck your bitch to have more kids. So stop being brutal in the face because one kid is gay, you dumbass.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
These stupid ass motherfuckers. I can't stand these dumbass niggas. And that's the reason why women need to start hashtag divesting, because niggas like this creates nothing but confusion and danger in the black community. And it's always these niggas right here.
It is. It is. You're right.
If you go to a restaurant with somebody and one person wants to order pizza, but the other person wants to have chips, what will make one person happy is the chips. What will make another person happy is the pizza. We can sit at the same table and we can eat.
We can probably be in the same restaurant, but he will have his table there, and he will be,
we can probably
doing his thing on his table there, and I will be on my table
Your
over
point
there.
is him to be straight, you dumb fuck. Oh, now you don't want him on the table because he fucked a bitch, though. Oh, you can't accept that, but you want him on the other side. You are a dumb ass nigga. You are a dumb ass nigga. I cannot look. That is a dumb ass, dimwit ass nigga. He creates confusion. He creates nothing but deadly fires in the fucking community. I will burn him.
Okay, let me go ahead and get some oil so I can rub Deshaun down. So I can rub him down, y'all, because y'all getting him all upset, and I can understand his frustration. That's why I'm over here doing my stuff. Everything he's saying is valid, no shade. But now I gotta do some shit.
These are fucking assholes.
Sexual orientation get treated differently, and especially in the barbershop. Do you feel like your experience in the barbershop has been?
These are the same niggas that say, well, I don't know why these niggas. I don't know why these niggas are freaking gay.
Hold on. Deshaun.
Like, this shit is weird.
Deshaun. But everything that you saying, this video and these compilations are going to prove all that. So I want them to see it because they hearing our words and they thinking that because we gay, oh, that's what they always do. No, I want them to see it. So your anger is definitely valid. And again, we need you on the platform later on tonight to read, because that's why I'm saving my shit for. But this is setting up the altar. This is setting up the foundation for it. So let's just hear how it is from the UK to here in America. Because there's some people in the chat who from the UK who believe that there could be a difference. I want them to see what it is. But again, your anger is valid. But I want them to see it because seeing is believing.
Let's see it.
I'm gonna put it like this: when you're young, because I was getting my hair cut when I'm 3, 4, 5, right? So I'm not having big conversations about gayness with myself, right? But what I did notice is that the men there were they didn't seem like real people to me. What I understood to be true was that they were overcompensating. It seemed extra. Like the barbershop was like an extra place. Like everybody was mad loud. Everybody was cursing really loudly and talking about women in a way which I never really heard people talk about women.
That might have been a bad shop that you was at.
It was all of the shops, yo. I grew up in East New York. It was all of the shops. All of them were like that.
I don't know, man, because I grew up in barbershops that was more, I don't even want to say corporate, but they wasn't a whole lot of yelling. If they did, if somebody started getting too loud, be like, yo, man, keep it down, man. We, moving to New York City from Portland, lots more gay clients. Once the barber-client relationship is established, it's kind of like if they paying money, I don't care what they do when they leave,
That's the way it should be. When I was in this space and I'm like, and act like I'm fully aware of my gayness, and I went into a barbershop. I actually used to go to a barbershop really close to here on St. Nick. If I'm not mistaken, this is the barbershop. The level of homophobia in that barbershop was crazy. I remember there was a dude, he cut hair right on that side. I know that barber was gay.
Yeah.
But he was trying to overcompensate so hard that he was like the loudest homophobic one, which is what probably was also a dead giveaway that he was gay.
Yeah.
But I remembered everybody would love to partake in those conversations, right? Like they love to get in the conversation and talk more about people who already are so alienated and who already have such a really, really rough time navigating anyway. And I realized that at a young age, I was like, Black men and this, what I'm experiencing right now, is only, everybody's performing. It didn't feel like there was anything really genuine happening because that guy was lying. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's that shop. Because when you come into a shop and they got, like my shop, for instance, we got a bunch of grown men in there that we've all lived in different places around the world, met different types of people. So it's not like, oh man, this dude is gay. It's like, did you want to get a haircut today? That's it.
So if you having a question and the dude started talking about how he likes or how he's talking to this dude as loudly as everybody else is talking about and all of this stuff, how you think everybody will respond?
You can't do that in my chair. When we talk, we're getting loud and stuff, we getting loud about some sports. Dudes ain't standing up getting loud talking about some chick they knocked off. But I talk to them, but most of them, they know I don't want to hear about that. Like, I'm a dude.
And so the dudes too.
Nah, but like,
they dudes too.
but I have never really had one of my gay clients. Maybe they said they got a date, or maybe they came with what they date, and they both in the cut. But they never try to get into detail with me like that because they know that like that's not my personal like thing. And I'm not gonna talk to this gay dude about what I did with this girl because I know he ain't really probably trying to hear that.
A lot of shops, I'm telling you.
Oh, I'm sure.
Are like that. And my thing is like, I love making people feel uncomfortable. Like if you're gonna make me feel uncomfortable, I'm coming for you.
See that?
So if you have me in your chair, and like which has happened, and they talking about girls, I'll be like, nah, but I'm talking to a guy. Do you want to hear about that? Cut my hair. The world defaults to heterosexuality.
But also, I gotta tell
the
you
barbershop is
Can
gonna
you pause
default
this
to
one quick?
heterosexuality.
It's the only
One thing that really scares me is when he was talking about like some gay dude barber was being so homophobic and loud like that. See, the problem is the gay dudes like that's in these barbershops that try to put on a facade and stuff, they are actually creating more negativity, more across the room. And yes, and it does show because the thing is, you don't even have to do all of that. You don't have to be extra just to prove that you're straight, knowing that you're not straight. That's the sad. That is so weird, and that's the thing. They're erasing themselves. I gotta say it. They're erasing themselves because they're creating and hyping heterosexual men to be more scared of gay people because of a gay person that hates himself.
You can't go into any barbershop in the United States. Not a black barbershop. I don't think you can go into Deshaun, mute your thing because it's echoing. I don't think you can go into any black barbershop and you're gay and you start talking about anything queer unless you're bashing gays. If you're in there bashing the gays along with them, then that's going to be fine. But if you just go in there and you talk about your boyfriend, your partner, or like in barbershops, those men be in there talking about sex with women, how many women they done macked on, how many women they done had sex with. They're in there talking about all other type of bullshit, that don't even matter, but if a gay person went in there and started talking about their gay relationships or who they had sex with, or this, that, or the other happened in the gay community or so-and-so, there's no way that they're going to stand for that. And it might even turn into a brawl, a fight or whatever, or the gay person may even be put out. So even when this guy says, even when this guy says, people are accepted or whatever, because they just, long as you're coming in and you want the money, that's all good, whatever. Yeah, they want the money and stuff. But if a gay person came in there and started talking gay lingo or doing anything, then they're going to turn on that gay person, even if that's their friend, because they they don't want to offend any of the other black men and women that are in that barber shop. You know, now if it's a gay barber shop,
then
the
that
barber's
they were
gay and
never
all
their
that.
friend.
If it's a gay barber shop and then they're all, you know, and they're gay and all that type of stuff, then it'll be fine. But even then, a straight person can go into a gay barber shop where there's gay barbers, all of them are gay, and the clientele is mostly gay. They can go in there and they can talk about women, sex, and stuff like that. And the gay barber ain't going to do anything, you know, harmful to them. They'll let them talk and do whatever, probably joke around with them. But if we try to do the same thing, the hypocrisy, if we try to do the same thing, you know, then we're at risk of being harmed or put out. You know, so so what that guy is saying is, you know, it has some truth to it, but it's also the hypocrisy too, because you're not going to let that gay man come in there and start doing what they perceive as queer, gay stuff, you know, or whatever. So.
See, the idea is to get rid of gay people, and the idea is to really deep down they will be a gay person's friend, but really those men don't really like gay people like that, even though that's that gay person's friend. It's confusing. The thing is it really should be best if these gay people stop acting and stop putting on a facade and have their own freaking barbershop, because they're actually creating an agenda of more homophobia because of themselves that they hate, because the thing is of their low vibrational energy that's up in the barbershop, knowing that it's a heterosexual environment. Because the thing is, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. There's no reason for it, because there's always an opportunity to get out of the situation and be who you are. You got so many opportunities out there that you can be who you are and actually be into your higher vibration. You can't act outside of yourself because you allow these people to get into you to control you. You let these people control you so you can be in your lower vibration, so you can hate yourself. And that's not the way of life. It never was. Because it's the white supremacy that did that shit to those men, and whatever they whispered into the air to create a propaganda and an agenda to control people's sexuality of who they like and what orientation it is. That's all it is. And the thing is, they want to rule over every sexuality so that they can have their cake and eat it too. Because some of those men are the same way, they just don't know it.
Place where black dudes
shit is crazy
can come together and talk about anything, if it's sexuality, religion, politics, without any interference from some human resource, some white people telling them you can or can't say that. This conversation right here, it happened in a barbershop before. It made everybody be a little bit more like, man, I mean, really, like, do it really matter? Like, we getting haircuts here.
The barbershop is actually a place that can be used for like transformative, especially when we talk about the relations between gay men and black and straight black men in particular.
Yeah.
Because I don't think what people understand is that if you are a gay man and a straight man, you like, and being able to talk to each other, it's a powerful situation. Like being able to say, this is my experience, this is yours.
Yeah.
In my experience, a lot of black straight men have a hard time navigating certain spaces. The way that people view black men. And then also it's because of the other way around. Like, as a black man, do I feel safe here? Can I express myself here? I want to say this, but I don't know if I can. They may think that I'm too this or too that, right?
Yeah.
Oftentimes, even when it comes to women, a lot of guys will say to me, oh, yo, is that girl single? I'm like, so you're trying to use me, the gay dude, as an avenue to talk to this woman, right? But you don't talk to me when it's time to actually consider, well, why do I like this girl? Well, what kind of woman am I going to choose in general? You know what I'm saying?
Man,
I think like we have a lot of...
You can't expect heterosexual men to think that dynamically. Men is the same dudes that just go watch games of people just trying to hurt each other, and sports to that. Like, you can't make the barbershop the beauty salon. It's like a man cave, the barbershop. I know it's just a place of business, but it's the last place. Women, they talking too. They got a voice now.
But we ain't talking about women. We're talking about a gay dude. We're talking about gay dudes. And when we talk about this village, right? We talk about black people in the village, and we talk about how we work as a community. Gay people are important to the community. We're very important because we understand and we fill in gaps that you will never understand. Women are important because they fill in gaps that you will never understand. And straight men are important because they fill in gaps. But straight men have a disposition of not wanting to listen. If we're having a conversation and I'm letting you know as a gay man, what my experience is and you're letting me know, then there's room to learn. If a woman is telling you stuff, there's room to learn it. And it goes that way. So we have to figure out, when I talk about the barbershop, yeah, it may lead heterosexual, but we still got to talk about politics.
Oh,
we
yeah,
still
we
have to
still
talk
do.
about stocks. We still have to talk about upward mobility. We still have to talk about the generational wealth gap.
I never thought that if it was a gay dude there, that I was like making him feel away by talking about me and a lady. I never thought about that. So that's one thing that where it's a disconnect. We didn't even think of that. You know, we thinking that the barbershop is the one place where we could say whatever we want to say, no human resources. I guess you do kind of gotta be a little bit more aware of your surroundings nowadays, and everybody gotta be a little more like open-minded to listening to the other person's perspective.
I've always sort of said that the attitudes towards the LGBT community in the Afro-Caribbean community are massively different based on generation. In talking to Ibrahim, I realized that it's not necessarily the case for everyone. You know, Ibrahim is only a couple of years younger than me, and his mindset couldn't be any more different, even though he was born and raised here.
It's hard to ignore religion in any discussion on homosexuality, especially among Black communities in the UK. 7 out of 10 Black Britons come from Christian homes, and over a quarter of all churchgoers in London are Black. Until the age of 9, I was one of them.
My very faint memories of going to church were Pentecostal. So, you know, it was lots of singing, lots of dancing. There were a lot of people catching the Holy Ghost. I'll never forget Auntie Linda catching the Holy Ghost and breaking a chair. That was a good time. We're going to a Seventh-day Adventist church, which I've never been to before. So I don't actually know.
Go ahead, Bubs.
My bad. I thought he was going to go into the church first. I just want to say this really quickly because I do want to get through the. I just want to say we already here, so I might as well just go ahead and say it. Just very, very quickly before we transition, because we're going from the barbershop into organized religion, which still influences the barbershop. But it's interesting in that clip. Shout out to you, Alvin, for that clip, because I really like how he was able to have that conversation. It started off at first as far as, oh, when it comes down to, you know, my experiences in the black barbershops, and not even just in real life, online too, but in barbershops, there is this queer phobic type of energy in there. So he talked about the whole aspect of it being dynamic, being loud, being ghetto, being ratchet. And he's saying, hey, look, our clientele is different. They pay money, whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. But whether it's ratchet or whether it's motherfucking educated or more so tamed or conservative, it is still conversation. So then all of a sudden he says, well, we don't talk about shit. I don't want to hear it. I mean, I don't want to hear what people are doing. I don't want to hear the sexual aspects of what's going on. Like, are we here to get our hair cut? Okay, then. But then towards the end of the situation, he says, well, I thought that the barbershop was a place where men can go and talk with no human resources here. So how can you sit up here and say, so basically to the queer person, you're saying, I don't care about your experience. I don't care about your shit. I just want to cut your hair. But what about the children who are there? Because there are also children. There are preteens, teenagers that also get their hair cut as well. So they're listening. And also, quickly, before we continue, I had plenty of experiences in the barbershop. There was one barber that I went to for like almost close to a decade. Gave him tips and everything. And I would hear how they talked in the barbershops. Deacons who would go to the church that I went to that barbershop and spoke completely differently than they did in church. And then on top of that, when there is queer people that understand the environment and just want to go in and get their hair cut and leave, I'm still getting asked questions like, oh, Buzz, where the hoes at? Oh, Buzz, what's this? So it's like, even when the person is affirming or just saying, you know what, I'm going to the barbershop because I go in there and get my hair cut and I'm ready to go. Because motherfuckers be late any damn way. You do a damn time slot and they late and don't want to cut nothing off. Let's get this shit done. Because I didn't tip his ass no more. But when that would happen, there would still be those questions to where it's like, well, obviously, nigga, I don't talk about females. Whoop-de-woo. And I said to him, yeah, I am gay. But then all of a sudden, the dynamics in the barbershop changed. Do you get what I'm saying? And they talk about it a lot in the barbershop always. Oh, the gay agenda, it's the gay agenda. It's the fact of y'all are capitalistic in y'all nature when it comes to queer people. Y'all want the money, but you don't want the experiences. But if you were really being objective, you would not allow any of that to happen. That means come in here, get your hair cut. But because it's a man cave and now the boys have entered the man cave, they are the ones that are actually being influenced, which inspires all of the rage and anger and passion that Deshaun has because like him, I have seen this and this still goes on. So a lot of these niggas are performative. They're going to pretend and act like they're inclusive, but they're really not. Because when you let them talk without interruption, they tell on themselves. And it's crazy because America and UK have the same fucking problem. And you know what else? Even though UK may have fewer problems, or maybe, and I don't know UK like that, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and say this. Maybe UK is afraid to face certain problems. Like Americans are a little bit more brave when it comes to facing certain things. No shade. So it's kind of like, I don't know if that's the case, but it's funny how it's there. And it's also black people. The UK and America is African Americans having the same conversations. And those same people who are in the UK came from the Caribbean. They came from somewhere else besides America. And they still share that same thing. But you know how they all share that same thing and it intermingles? The religious aspect of it. So I guess we can hear the religious aspect.
What to expect?
Yeah, but you know,
Seventh-day Adventist followers believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible. And they practice what they preach. No smoking, no alcohol, and no gambling. But does that list include being gay?
How you doing, sir? How you doing? You all right? I'm here to meet Pastor Michael B. Is that him there? Is that his picture? Ah, let's see. What's your name, sorry? Alan. Alan, nice. What are you handing out here? You didn't give me one.
Oh, sorry.
Why didn't I get one, Alan?
Because he was talking to us.
Oh, there you go. Hello.
Hello.
Pastor B.
Pastor Michael.
Michael B. How you doing? I'm
Michael
Reggie.
Mbuye.
Michael Mbuye.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you for having us down in your church today.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
When are you going to be up and?
I'm not preaching
talk
today.
today?
Today
You're
I'm
not?
just supervisor. Yeah, the young people did the program today.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Pastor Michael has a young team that he's training up. The man leading today's service is Pastor Andrew.
Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. Just out of interest, how old are you? You look quite young.
27.
27?
Yeah.
And you're going to be up there running things today?
Nah, not running things, but just giving a little humble word, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so how long have you been doing this then? How long have you been preaching?
To be honest, I've been preaching since I was 16 years old. I left the church and I came back, you know.
When you say you left the church, what does that mean?
Like in the sense when you're growing up in church, and even though I come here one day a week, during the week I was, you know, otherwise occupied with other things. So in the sense, you know, girls, you know, money, drugs, like you name it. Living in an area in London, it's almost impossible not to get involved in them things.
We need to get
Yeah, no problem.
We need the preacher in here for
A preacher that can talk a lot is a good thing, surely. That's what you want, isn't it? Nice to meet you both. There is quite a lot of young people there. There's quite a lot of people under the age of 25 here. And I imagine that he's probably a big part of that.
Wait, can you pause this right quick?
My sermons are not, this is just me, like it or leave it. I'm an honest person. I'm breaking it down. The world are seeing God how we present him. People outside, the only God they see is you. And if we show them that God is like this, you can't do this and you can't do that, and look at you, you're going to hell. If we show them that that is what God is like, then they're not going to want, don't miss this now, they're not going to want to come to the place where God is. And now God gets the blame for our misrepresentation of him.
Andrew isn't what I was expecting. He doesn't talk like the pastors I remember and feels like a typical young guy from South London. And the theme of his sermon, tolerance and acceptance.
Because I, Andrew Aaron Asher Fuller, if you didn't know my name, that's my name. And me, I'm being honest, I have fallen so far from grace many a times in my life that I can't come to you and look down on you.
Pastor Andrew is amazing, isn't it? I don't think I've ever seen a pastor that young speak to a congregation this mixed, and he spoke to parents in a way that I've been speaking to my mum for years. Really resonated with people here. It's pretty much done now. Service is over. People are leaving, and Pastor Andrew is shaking everyone's hands. I'm gonna get my hand shaken and maybe have a chat with him too.
Okay.
But everyone wants to shake Andrew's hand. So I grabbed the chance to have a quick word with the head pastor over lunch.
Hello, hello. I've been told to come for some lunch. What do we have today? This looks amazing. Am I the first person to come up? Has no one eaten yet?
It's all right.
Oh, no, I can't be that guy.
It's all right.
See, why would you send me there first? The whole room's hungry, and you send me up there, and I'm like, yeah, where's my plate?
We're going to sit down and then we want to have some soup first.
Right,
okay. Some soup for us.
Okay, got it. If your daughter, for instance, were to come out, would you still have a relationship with her, do you think?
You see, in terms, I think in the home setting, we have a clear understanding of what is acceptable. I may be able to point out to you, you are my child, I love you. But if they were to choose that lifestyle, then they wouldn't be able to live with us. You see, membership of the church is a privilege, not a right. When you become a member of the church, you are committing to a particular way of life that is informed by scripture. If you, along the way, choose to live a life different from that, you can't be part of an Adventist faith community.
So far, so traditional. But Pastor Michael is from an older generation and moved here from Kenya. Maybe the younger Pastor Andrew, who was born and raised in London like me, thinks like I do.
Something that gets sort of whispered about in church, in my limited experience, and definitely in talking to religious friends that I have now, is attitude towards sex.
Yeah.
And issues like homosexuality. What do you believe?
So I don't believe this, and this is saying as blunt as possible. I believe we have to go to marriage. I sincerely believe, I've
heterosexual, because gay people can get married now.
And that's my point. The truth of the matter is, my sincere belief is that when I have a woman and a man and a man, no hatred, no animosity, but I just don't believe that mother and father are vital in society.
So it's the traditional family setup.
Yeah, I strongly believe that. With all my heart, this is not half. No, I strongly believe that.
Okay, can I pause this right quick?
Acceptance in this.
So the thing is, a woman and a man, they just don't believe that. But when it becomes, but what if there's a lot of infidelity within the marriage? I don't get that. There's a lot of scandals, a lot of infidelity that be going on, and like I said, one or the other is going to live a living hell. I don't get it. They're just going through this just to get by. Because one person may love that person, but that other person's not going to love the other. I don't get it. Oh, yeah. I just gave you a little clip of something that Buster God said that was asking questions. These men that was saying, have you, where all the hoes at? Well, I just got this video. I finally found it. Here it is. Here she is.
How long is it? Deshaun, how long is it?
Oh, it's not that long.
Well, how long?
No, it's 2 hours. I'm not going to play the 2 hours. I'm just going to play where's what she said. That's it.
A strong, grown woman who, first of all, they've already taught everyone in the world that, you must be wearing clothes because clothes brings whatever the fuck it brings. It gives you some sort of class and higher standards. But of course, there are some cultures in Africa who don't even wear clothes like that whatsoever. Why? Because they haven't been over-sexualized like the Americans. Because that's for a reason. And then imagine your mind being trained in a very specific way that is highly, highly over-sexualized. Because we have people asking 10-year-old boys, you ain't had no pussy yet?
See that?
Yeah.
At what point does that not become pedophilia?
Boosie, little Boosie. That's what he's talking about.
Because I know you're not gonna go get a 10-year-old girl to fuck her over. and make her have sex with this 10-year-old boy to make him a man. That means you got to go and get somebody of age. Or possibly slightly under. What are we talking about? So we just don't get. We don't get none of it then. All of it is a mist in our motherfucking mind, is what we saying. See, some of you still stuck on what the fuck I done said about your Jesus. You can't hear nothing else. Although they told you that the name Jesus came from the boat, supposed boat, if you believe that part of the simulation, a supposed boat whose name was Jesus. That was the name of the boat that they brought your supposed ancestors over from Africa, because they probably built it like Moses. Split the Red Sea. If he could split the Red Sea, why the fuck they just didn't split it and walk it? But they had to build it like Noah. So then they went and got what, 2 of each African?
Okay, so but yeah, that's what it is. I don't want to play too much of it because it's gonna be long. But yeah. See, this is what she said.
Yeah. It's a double standard. It's a double standard with how that reminded me of Little Boosie. You remember that he was on, remember how he talked about
He was on the video talking about how he
gay.
gave his 14-year-old or 13-year-old boy head from a prostitute, and we don't even know where that prostitute came from. Didn't give him nothing. So the thing is, you're giving them sexual pleasures while, let's just say, God forbid, if this woman had whatever happens, like sexual transmitted disease, chlamydia, whatever the hell it is, or herpes or something like that, like you're just gonna just go on ahead and just do that to these young kids. Like, don't even have a chance to have there's a negative side effect to that. Like, you don't, like they just don't care. And these grown folks don't even know. You don't even know what these grown folks have been. You don't even know where these grown folks have been. She could have been sucking some other dude's dick, some other dude's dick, some other dude's dick, all that other shit. She could have had something in her mouth. Then you giving it to your damn boy at 10 years old. I'm telling you, these niggas are fucking idiots, bro. They're idiots. They're actually torturing their boys like that, thinking that sex is good, knowing that it's going to have a sexual negative effect, not just mentally, but their bodies too. Because we don't know where these fucking people are from. You don't know where they're having sex with who. Some of these people have freaking diseases and shit. You giving it to your freaking boy. Now your boy's gonna be in motherfucking hospital and shit. I just found out on the article that there was a woman that had HIV, gave it to a freaking 10-year-old boy while she was having sex with him. Now tell me what the fuck that is. But they don't think about that. They don't really care about that as long as heterosexual and you got your freaking rocks off.
But that's why they got to see it. That's why these videos and stuff is important, so they can see it, because they just take us at our word. That's why I want them to see it. And the sad part is that even when they see it, they don't fucking care. But that's okay, because this is Asian YouTube history. Because this is happening in the UK, not just in America, in the UK. I already watched this.
Yep.
But I want y'all to see. Hold on, Deshaun. I want them to continue to see, because your anger and stuff is valid. Everything you're saying is true and it's genuine. But in order for it to really have more impact, they got to see it to believe it. And it's a shame that a bunch of people who are Christians, who can't even see the God they serve, can commit to that more so than what the fuck they can see. So let's show the people what the fuck they can see.
They don't protect their kids, because the thing is, all they're doing is mentally destroying them. Because the thing is, they're trying to manipulate these children, still over sexualizing them, because if they're gay, we're going to have to punish you by sleeping with all these freaking whores.
But that's why I want them to see this, so that they can see the examples of it being expressed out, not just in your words, but in people that we don't even fucking know, that we never even fucking met, who think the same way. That's the thing. I want them to see this. This is about seeing to believing now. This is the accountability part. You got to see it. So I want them to see this.
Yeah.
But I'm not discrediting your anger because, like I said, you need to be on the platform tonight because we're gonna be dragging them niggas. So you can bring all that. Bring that. You know what I'm saying? But I want them to see. I want them to see.
The ones that are on a particular platform. Oh yeah.
Yep. But let's continue. Let's continue.
Church at least only seems to go so far. The delivery might be different, but fundamentally, Andrew believes the same as his elders.
There's almost a slim to naught chance of you being accepted by the church if when you come to a church and your pastor is cool, he's got this pretty edgy, crazy background, he's in his 20s, and even he can't get past that point.
And God said to me, here's the problem. You guys in the church can be so hypocritical. He said, in the African-American church, you really got to be careful. I said, what do you mean? He said, because you are guilty of condemning the Supreme Court system and preaching against something. But if you look at half of our choirs, and a great number of our artists that we call abominations and we call demons, we demonize and dehumanize the same people that we use, and we don't say nothing about the gay choir director because he's good for business. As long as the choir sound good, I ain't saying nothing about his sexuality. We have done what the slave master did to us, dehumanize us, degrade us, demonize us, but then use them for our advantage. It's hypocritical to talk about the Supreme Court and calling them Sodom and Gomorrah, which is not what it's all about. But if that's the case, half our churches have been Sodom and Gomorrah for 100 years. He told me, boy, you got to re-examine yourself. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, on one hand, you quote homosexuality is an abomination from Leviticus. But you say that right after you ate some shrimp, some catfish, and some lobster.
And had 12 plates.
You quote Leviticus while you're wearing a wool blend suit. It's also in Leviticus that you shouldn't wear mixed linens. It's in Leviticus that if your wife is on her cycle, that you shouldn't go in the same house with her or even sleep on the same bed with her. That's in Leviticus too. Here's my point. We pick and choose the scriptures that we want to use to beat folk up with, rather than look at our own lives. Let me tell you something. If God wanted to judge America, he wouldn't need the Supreme Court system. If he wanted to judge America because of sin, he would judge me in '88 at the Freaknik in Atlanta. Y'all ain't saying nothing to me. Look at your neighbor and tell your neighbor, I don't condemn you. I don't judge you. I'm going to preach Christ to you. Because you can't evangelize and antagonize at the same time.
He's got a point.
You cannot insult and inspire the same people that you insult. I thank God that Jesus went to Samaria with a woman who had some sexual identity problems and didn't preach condemnation. He just preached Christ. And our greatest missionary opportunity is going to be finding those who may be struggling to say, I'm not better than you, but the same grace that saved me, the same blood that let me come, is the same blood that you're going to need. What are we going to do about the people who've been born this way? who've been struggling with something? What about the people that we think are nasty? These folks are abomination, they're nasty. Tell you what you do then. Go find every song that's been written by a gay person for the last 100 years and don't sing it in church.
Right.
Let's see how many songs you can minister on that Sunday. Bishop, don't tell me what the Bible says about homosexuals and you change wives like we change underwear. Sit yourself, your hypocritical self down. We all got to look at ourselves. We all need Jesus.
All right. Go ahead and sound off.
Go ahead, Deshaun. Shit.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you get it first.
I mean, he's got a point. I mean, look, you can't just criticize a person and then judge a person while you have them in the church, giving all their money, playing them, having the ideas of, music into the church, writing music and stuff like that. That is different than you. You can't just judge a person because they're different than you or have an orientation than you. The thing I want to know is orientation shouldn't even be a problem. That's the problem. That's the main issue. They always keep focusing on who they're sleeping with. If you care so much about gay people, then actually, why do you care? Because the thing is, you're heterosexual, he's gay. He's not going to try you. He's not going to do anything. He's actually going to commend you, give you the best whatever suit or whatever it is in the church, the best choice of whatever, because straight people be saying, oh, well, gay people have the best selections of colors and stuff to give us. Well, what's the issue? What is the issue? That's the problem that I have right now. What is the issue? Because I had to ask my family members, like, if you like I said, there's clothes, attires that you straight people wore that was made by gay men. So why are you wearing it? Like I said before, oh, because they have better taste. Don't make any sense whatsoever. You should make your own clothesline then. Why are you relying on a person that you don't like? Why are you relying on a person of an energy you don't like? The gays are the devil. You're wearing their clothes. It's an energy. Doesn't that burn you? Doesn't that burn you? It should burn you, right? I don't know. I mean, it's just so confusing to me. We are in a physical body.
That shit is crazy. And I mean, to the pastor's point, I think it's E. Dewey, or Pastor Dewey, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. To his point, if y'all care so much about the body of Christ being contaminated by the homosexuals, then why not sanitize that? Y'all willing to sanitize the people who created the works that bring the people into your shit. It goes back into hand with the dude at the barbershop. Look, as long as you give me money, I don't give a damn what you do. But on the sly, we'll still talk shit and then act shocked and confused. Well, I didn't know that we were supposed to talk about, we couldn't talk like this. I didn't know the barbershop used to be like this. The women had their own shit, the men got their own shit and stuff like that. But look at how your information that's being shared there is going back out into the world. That, again, brings forth the passion that Deshaun has, and I low-key have, about what's going on. So if y'all really about it, make sure you go through the entire book, line upon line and precept upon precept, especially since your Lord and Savior died on the cross for your ass. So ain't you trying to get the best? Ain't you trying to be the best of the best? So go ahead and do that. But see, that means you have to focus on yourself. But organized religion has not taught people to focus on themselves. They taught them to conform, to perform, and to be vigilant and on the lookout for anybody that does not conform because they are a threat and a virus to the system. They preach freedom but struggle with actual application of that freedom. That pastor said in the last clip we watched that being a Christian or being connected to God, source, universe, consciousness is a privilege and not a right. The fact that I was born into this experience is all the fucking right I need for me to live it. Because if it did not want me here, I would not be here. But here I am. So for him to say all that, especially since that clip is old, and we still having the same conversations, people are not learning, they're not comprehending, and it's because of fear. And then when we start to ask questions, then all of a sudden they are afraid to showcase the fear, which is why when we have these conversations online, everybody can't have these conversations. We need people who are willing to face the fear and to be open and to be honest, and they got to be able to do that with themselves. And Christ said to his followers to do two things: to love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, body, spirit, and soul. And I'm going to interpret it also as loving yourself. Because in order for you to get the blessings, you have to find a way to connect to it by your own right. Do you hear that? You understand what I'm saying? And also to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do these two things. There is so much more you can do, but at least do these two things. And y'all niggas keep asking Christ this question, and then y'all get mad when he turn around and say, bitch, didn't I tell y'all that these are the only two things that you have to do? Why are you complicating shit? Didn't Lauryn Hill say, or possibly said, because they said she steals songs, it could all be so simple, but you'd rather make it hard. And you're making it hard not just for yourself, but for your children and your children's children. Pause for you sick, twisted, hyperly sexual ass individuals who thought some type of way because I said the word hard. So yes, if you are a follower of Christ, this is going to be the time for you to show it, baby. And we see there's a lot of scared Christians who are willing to follow the system as opposed to the actual savior. Didn't it say that the field is plentiful, but the laborers are few? Get the fuck out my face. And what's going on, Bap? What's going on? How you doing?
What you got to say? Welcome, Black Anarchist. What you got to say?
Hi, everybody. I just think the reason that they don't have a problem with the gay person, first of all, they want to pretend that the person isn't gay. It's like they know that the person is, but it's like, oh, he's just effeminate. They just want to ignore his sexuality. It's like what I wrote about the invisible black man. It's like you're there, but you're not really there. They don't really care about your personal life. They don't care about your story. You're just there to provide a service. They know that you're talented when it comes to music, but they don't necessarily care about what your life is. As long as that's what that's what I wrote about in the book, that homophobia is not really about sexuality. It's really about the image. And so they really want you to be masculine, but in the church, it's about prosperity ministry. So because the gay person is fabulous, right? That really feeds into the whole prosperity component. And so they can overlook your sexuality because they're trying to be flashy. And so having a fabulous gay man out there really promotes what their whole agenda. Like, who's more fabulous than a gay man? So they want that gay man out there for that one purpose, so long as he downtones his actual sexuality. Because what they're going to pretend is they know he's not with a woman, but they're going to pretend that you're just being abstinent, right? As long as you don't talk about it, they're okay with it. So they're still going to talk shit about you, though, right? When I was in church, I was still a virgin, but they were making all kind of rumors, saying that I was sleeping with everybody, that I had AIDS. Like, and I'm like, I'm not even sexually active. I haven't even had sex with anybody yet. Why, And it's like they're going to put that stigma on you no matter what. So even if you are trying to be Christian and do what they say you should do, you're still going to get the stigma. So you can't win. I don't even understand why these gay men allow themselves to be exploited like that. Like, they're the ones who have the talent. And quiet as it's kept, the choir director is what draws people to the church.
That's true. That is true.
And, right, people go to the church. Like, the preaching is one component, but they're there for the music and the pomp and circumstance. So I don't understand why you would allow yourself to be exploited, right? I mean, they are making a lot of money off of it, but it's like, I guess that's their leverage. Like, if you're going to use that leverage, that you have the talent, then I don't know. I guess you can use that for diversity or whatever. I don't, or representation. Maybe that. I guess people are probably looking at it differently. Like, I'm making money off this. I am being represented, and maybe that's how they see it. But I feel like you're being exploited. I feel like they're taking advantage of the gay black man and their talent. And I don't understand. Okay, aside from the choir director, I don't understand why a gay black man would give charity to these churches who don't even support their existence. Why would you give money to them?
I think it's because they were taught, they were brought up by the heterosexual, the heterosexual mother and father, and they're so narcissistic that they have no choice but to submit to heterosexuality. And I think that's the reason why they was conditioned and programmed that, oh, I don't have no one, I can't find no gay people that's on the LGBT, because they bash and single out the gay man, or when they're gay boys all the way up, that, well, a gay person is like, well, they're all by themselves. But there is gay people out there, but they don't see it. So the thing is, all they support is heterosexuals that's in the church, and that's the church that they go by. They don't do research yet. They haven't done research yet. So that's the reason why they do that. I think that's the reason why. Because they was conditioned, they was grown up in it. I think that's the reason why. There's so much. It's all the way across the board. I think.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it is the fear that they put in you that you're going to die and go to hell. So you have to repent. So now you have to try extra hard, and then you have to basically fund your own oppression. And so, in order to make up for the fact that you're gay, you need to donate even more money, and you need to volunteer and pour into the church to make up for the fact that you're gay. So because you already have a low self-esteem, a low sense of self-esteem, you're going to get your self-esteem from this church by winning them over and showing them that you can be a better
Yeah.
Christian than the rest of them. And you can't win doing it that way.
And also, I gotta ask you this question, anarchist, because the thing is, I went off like a couple, I think it was 50 minutes ago, where this man, this was in the United Kingdom. So this black dude was talking about, because he was asking a question if his son was going to be gay. He said, "Oh, I will be heartbroken," and he was saying that he was trying to say that I want my son to think that it's a phase and all that other stuff. And he was trying to ask, is it a choice? This dude was saying, oh, it's not a choice. So if it's not a choice, you just said it's a phase. This is confusing. You're creating nothing but confusion. And also, on top of that, with a sprinkle on top, he was talking about, well, maybe if he has a girlfriend or whatever, you know what I mean, and maybe, have sex with her or whatever it is, it may not work out. The problem is, what about the girl that she loved this man for nothing, because you created nothing but confusion to the son. Women are out here talking about this stuff, about how these fathers are acting to their sons like that, creating nothing but confusion so that the sons have to prove that they're straight, knowing that they're not. And that's the thing that I have with these dudes. That's the reason why there's so much going on out here. It's creating nothing but confusion and destruction. And then they want to talk about gay people is destroying the black community. No, you're creating nothing but confusion of sexuality to these women that they're having sex with these men. They don't know who they're having sex with. So what the heck are you trying to do? Then these women are trying to, if they find out that this man is who he is, she'll get fucking killed, or God forbid she gets something because he's sleeping with a side nigga because he has to prove to his father. I don't understand. This is just some weird shit I don't understand.
Because they're only concerned with the image. They're concerned with you putting on this performative heterosexual masculine image, and the parents and the entire community, they're trying to exploit you because they want to reap the benefits of the masculine image. The man is the prize, and so yeah, they're going to do it because they don't care about your happiness. They don't care about the woman's happiness. They care about the image more than anything else.
And also, why don't
Here's
they just have another kid? Why don't they have a kid? That kid would be heterosexual, and then you can love your kid individual. You can love your son evenly yoked to the gay son or the daughter, because they will inherit your family values. If you have sex again or have sex again, and then these two kids out of the one that is gay, you can actually still inherit your family heritage. You don't have to be blue in the face, destroying your son's life, doing God knows what to the son to create nothing but confusion, to make him a fucking demon throughout society so that society have to deal with his ass. You don't have to do that, but you choose to create a demon that comes out and have to deal with this hell because you brought him into this world because you don't like what his orientation is.
Right.
Stupid.
I actually think there's more pressure on the oldest son. So they want the oldest son to be the masculine heterosexual one. If the second son does it, there's less pressure on the second son. So they're not going to do it over and have a second one. No, they want that.
Here's the thing. Okay. People can
Somebody
talk
got
about
bad
this.
static.
Yeah, somebody, y'all mute your sounds. When has having sex with a woman, if you're gay or bisexual, whatever, when has having sex with a woman ever changed anything? All it did was usually end up messing up the woman's life or something. Because just because you have sex with a woman, that doesn't mean you're not going to be gay or bisexual. And it has never stopped them. All they do is go and sneak around after that. They go get married, or they get into a relationship. These men get into a relationship with a woman, but then they eventually, behind that woman's back, they're sneaking around, doing the DL thing. So it's never worked. And you can pretend that works, like the guy said, go marry a woman, go have sex with a woman. Well, that has never stopped the man from still going back, sneaking around, having sex with a man. And it's the double standard for me. It's the double standard. The man gets on there and he gets up on the pedestal or pulpit, whatever you want to call it, and then he preaches about inclusion and accepting people and drawing in the people to the church instead of drawing them away. But then in the next breath, right after that, as soon as he's off the pulpit, when the guy asks him, about homosexuality, then all of a sudden that double standard comes in, the hypocrisy. I don't believe in that then. Well, then he just went against everything that he preached about up on that pulpit. And they do this shit all the time. And then they don't live these straightforward lives and go by what that Bible says anyway. Most of them are hypocrites. Nobody can live up to the standards of that Bible, and they do not. And like I said earlier, we would not be able to get out of bed in the morning because of if we followed that Bible. Our thoughts alone would keeps us from following the Bible. What we dream about sexually or any other stuff that we dream about at nighttime or when we're asleep usually doesn't have anything to do with that Bible or following that Bible. So most people are hypocrites. and they preach a good game and they talk a good game. They sit up in church and fall all out and put on their white gloves and shit and falling all out up in church. But then they're doing the opposite. They're in there sleeping with the pastors. They're sleeping with the congregation. Most people in church, you know, and especially in the black church, most of them in there aren't even married. And they're all they're having sex with different people out in the community or wherever. Some of them are sleeping with the pastors. They're sleeping with the deacons. The deacons are sleeping with them. They're sleeping with the boys. They're sleeping with the girls. Okay? So stop with the double standard and the hypocrisy.
I'm gonna say this real quick. When I used to go to church, the church that I went to, I got some recent tea about it. There was someone who now had become like, I guess, the new pastor of that church for the past few, I want to say maybe close to a decade, a little over a decade. Come to find out, he's been having an affair with the mistress of music, not the minister, but the mistress of music. I know these people. Again, the church is nothing but the community all coming to one place. They all have their own problems. And instead of the church trying to solve those problems through love, through inclusion, through being able to give back to the community, because the church is tax exempt, if I'm not mistaken, right? But I think they also can endorse politicians if they want to, if I'm not mistaken either. But that money is supposed to go back to the community to help the community, and it doesn't. They end up getting pimped, and then they have a fail-safe to be able to protect that system. And for black people, again, make sure y'all get Blame It on the Dress. The chapter 5, the mythology of I think it's heterosexual. I forgot the title of it. I feel so bad because he's right here. I should know this because it's one of the chapters on the thing. But it's about how men are the prize. Black men are set up as the prize, and gay men or women or the feminine energy is chasing that. But the prize that they're chasing is not even a real prize. It's a shell composed by white supremacy on how it should be. That's why they want to perform and act. It's very much of, yes, master, energy just is upgraded. That's simply it. So when you read books like Blame It on the Dress, when you watch panels like here on T for T or Bubs the God or CTV, and hopefully pretty soon to Deshaun, because we need that voice up there, like, you will see it. All of this is not make-believe. All of this is not made up. This is a real reality. And because we've been focused on the bullshit for too long, now all of us about to get fucked up. And like I told everybody about to know what it feels like to be a hag. Everybody about to know what it feels like to be a nigga. Everybody's about to know what it feels like to be oppressed. We all in this together. The dangerous aspect is that because of the damage that's been done, there are going to be some people who are simply going to say no, who are going to let you suffer. Because I heard somebody on another platform talk about all the suffering that's going to happen. Yes, a lot of suffering is about to happen in America. But guess what? The real community, those who care, are going to be on the rise. And right now, we're just being shown who's for community and who's not. And a lot of people, unfortunately, are not. Unless it benefits them. Not humanity. Not the overflow, but how it benefits them. It benefits them more so than the other person receiving something equally. Which is why they'll use queer people's time, talent, tithe, money to be able to create the atmosphere that is needed to make church what it is today, to make it as theatrical, to be able to bring the elemental entertainment aspect to it. And then once people are on the spiritual high, the spiritual foreplay, the spiritual orgasm has happened, now run me those plates and get that money. So, no shade. No shade.
I'm gonna go ahead and play the rest of this video so we can get over there to CTV's.
Yes.
Because that's gonna be like interesting too.
Baby.
I'm sure it's gonna be explosive. So.
The red pill manosphere is gonna have content for the next 3 years off of this shit.
Okay. Oh yeah.
It's estimated that 1 in 10 people are gay in the UK, and 1 in 300 are transgender. The T in LGBT. So if it's tough being black and gay, I can't help wondering what it must be like to be black and trans. I'm on my way to Burton-on-Trent to find out.
I've never actually met a transgender person before, and I'm really looking forward to meeting Tallulah and hearing her story, because I mean, we're not exactly in the biggest of towns and in the biggest of cities, which instantly throws up its own issues. But as well as that, the fact that she's of mixed race and the fact her father is of Caribbean descent, I'm really keen to be educated on what her life is actually like. Hello.
Hey,
Hey.
okay.
How you doing?
I'm good,
Tallulah,
thank you.
nice to meet you.
You too.
Tallulah's parents separated when she was 3. So she lives with her mum and Grandma Glenys, who is still coming to terms with a new granddaughter.
Nice to meet you, Glenys. Reggie. How is it having Tallulah as a house guest then?
Oh, he's all right. She's all right, I should say.
She still can't get to grips.
I was going to say.
Pronouns
It's
and
very,
everything.
very hard to what you got to do.
Yeah.
Just get used to
Yeah,
the
getting used to
pronouns and
calling
everything.
him, you know, Tallulah.
Yeah. It's pretty hard to ignore the fact that there is the entirety of your youth on this little shelf over
my
here.
grandma was obsessed with me as a boy. I was about 15, I think, and that was literally just before I came out at school about at the time, the sexuality I was. So that's them two photos. That one was
Sexuality you was?
Yeah, because when I was at high school, I didn't really have a choice other than to come out as gay, because there was no kind of education as to what being transgender was about, so nobody understood it. So my only option was to come out as gay because I was so feminine, so I had to come out as gay just so people would get off my back.
Right. But at that point, you were attracted to girls or to
No,
guys?
no, I've always been, in my head, a straight woman, but to everyone else at the time, because I was attracted to guys, everyone was just like, well, you must be gay. It was after I left school that I came out as transgender and started living as a woman. This is how I came out about being
just in a
living my
national
life as a
newspaper.
woman. Yeah. So this is it. That's me.
All right, what tea you got? Can I get a brew on?
A brew, yeah.
See, this is a massive indicator of how good a host you are, how good your brew is.
I think I'm quite a good host.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
Apparently Libras are, because I'm a Libra.
So what were you called before?
I was called Aaron before.
Aaron.
There we go.
Don't be shy. Moment of truth, no pressure. That's a 7.5 out of 10.
It's 7.5? No.
It's disgusting.
I think it's a 10. It's a really good 10.
I'll give you an 8.
It may just be the water around here. You're not used to it.
Where are we headed?
To the garden.
Now that we're away from her nan, there's one question I've been dying to ask Tallulah.
Not to be massively intrusive, but you say that you haven't had your boobs done, but you seem fairly together in that area.
Yeah.
So
I'm on hormones at the minute. I'm on hormones. My boobs are probably about an A, but I wear like a C bra and then stuff it with these sticky chicken fillet things.
Right.
But yeah, it gives me quite a realistic bosom, I think.
Yeah. So what kind of guys do you date now?
Like I always end up getting with white guys, but I always get approached more by black guys. So they'll say to me, "Oh, I'd go there with you in 4 years' time once you've had surgery, but I won't go with you now because you've got a dick." That kind of thing.
Is there a big black community here?
I wouldn't say there's a big black community in Burton, but there is a black community, and it's quite a hard thing for them to get their head around. It's very taboo, isn't it?
On the drive up here, I realised just how Asian this area is.
Yeah,
there's a lot of Muslims and a lot of Sikh people. I mean, how do they react to you?
Not very well, to be fair. Like I do get quite a lot of death threats from the Asian community.
How do those death threats come? Are they to your face, through the door?
Oh yeah, to my face down the street. I'll be walking down the street sometimes. I'll have bottles thrown at my head. I'll have people saying, "Oh, you fucking batty man, go die." Literally saying everything that you could think of to try and get a reaction out of me. And I just didn't give in.
Why did you choose not to react to that?
Just because I'd probably get beaten up if I was to react to it.
Yeah.
And I can't really afford to have my face being broken.
We have lost a lot of folks, haven't we? We have been told to be silent for too long.
Just want my piece of the American pie.
The oppression that we are going through is connected to everything else. When we talk about poverty and housing,
The American Medical Association's declared the killings an epidemic.
Let me tell you something. Black trans women are dying. Our lives matter. I am tired. I am so tired.
Each of us have a place in stopping what happens.
It's important for people to know that we are here, that we're loved, and we are just like everybody else.
I believe in Black trans power.
Every Black trans person is capable of creating art, creating innovation.
We are qualified to do anything.
We are a resilient people. We are a fierce people. We are a beautiful people.
I want to talk about content creation and your formidable role and all of that, but let's start with the news of the day. We have a Supreme Court decision that represents literally decades of work on behalf of LGBTQ activists. First, what was your reaction to the ruling?
Oh, my reaction was overwhelming joy. You know, in the past few weeks, there haven't been many victories. And so it was so great to wake up and to see that our Supreme Court really backed the people. You know, we had trans lawyers in the courtroom, we had trans folk and LGBTQ people and allies on the streets demanding this kind of equality and justice. You know, for me, I spent many years early in my career not being out as a trans woman for fear of being fired by my employers. And gratefully, when I did, you know, come forward and told my story when I was working at People magazine, I wasn't fired. But for many people, that does happen and that has happened. And I'm so glad that the court saw that and understood that gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation are things that be covered as terms of sex discrimination. We just needed that victory, especially this week.
This is a moment in our history when we're re-examining history. And one of the points of pioneering LGBTQ work was after the Stonewall riots. And I think maybe the mainstream America doesn't understand the important role that trans women played in the Stonewall riots. Talk to me about activists like Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, and why sometimes trans women of color are left out of the history books.
I think that it's, you know, the history books for a lot of marginalized people have been written not by them, right? And so the true events of Stonewall, 1969, you know, really have to center LGBTQ people of color, trans women of color, and gender nonconforming people who really were fighting for their rights and for their lives. They put their bodies on the line that night to say that they didn't want to be surveillance anymore. They didn't want to be policed. They didn't want to be told that they had to wear a certain number of article of gender appropriate clothing in order to enter into spaces or to even be on the streets. And so that was the lived reality for a lot of gender nonconforming, for a lot of trans people. I think that what's so great now is that, you know, young people now know that the reason why we celebrate Pride is because of the 1969 Stonewall uprisings, and that those uprisings were fought hard and long by trans and gender nonconforming people. And specifically hearing people speak the names of Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera is just so uplifting, because, you know, we do exist in a movement that for a long time didn't really address the particular needs of Black and brown trans women and trans women of color.
Talk to me broadly about the uprising that you're seeing now in this country, the Black Lives Matter movement, but also the Say Her Name movement as part of that. Because not only is Breonna Taylor part of that Say Her Name inclusion in police brutality, but also Black trans women.
Well, you know, Juju, I think I'll start with just, you know, my own experience. You know, growing up in the world, the first thing that I knew about myself was that I was a Black child who was poor in America. And that alone has its own set of difficulties and obstacles and things that will enable me to survive and be happy and thrive in the world. On top of that, in my adolescence, I realized and learned that I am trans. And so to be a Black person, a woman, and also a trans person all in one body comes with its own unique challenges, but also unique gifts. And so I think that when we're talking about an intersectional movement that really is addressing all the parts of ourselves, we can't say that we're rallying against, violence against women or domestic violence or feminism or LGBTQ rights or, racial justice and equality, without realizing that some of us fall in between the cracks of all of those different movements and that all those movements address our lives. And so something like Say Her Name, being loud and proud of centering Black women and to say that Black trans women are included in Black womanhood, I think is so, so important. Just this last week, we had two young women, Rhea Milton of Cincinnati and Dominique Fells of Philadelphia, both found murdered. And it was such a, it's so tough because, we deal with these bodies over and over and over being found, over and over and over, not much justice being served, over and over, not really hearing our sisters, our Black trans sisters' names.
In this moment of reckoning in this country, how can white people, how can cisgendered people be allies and learn to help move forward positively?
Allyship is such an integral part of any social justice movement. We need people beyond ourselves to donate their time, their energy, their resources and connections to helping us move things forward. I like to say partners or co-conspirators, to say that we're in this together. And I think that the one thing that allies can do is really to see it not so much as a noun, like as a label that you could say as a little sticker for yourself, but to actually see it as a process of continual action. That action can look like reading books by and for trans people or Black people. That means using that education that you've gotten from that book to challenge kitchen table conversations in your own home, in your community, with your neighbors. I think allyship is an integral part. It allows, folk on the ground who are fighting for their own lives to know that they're not out there alone. And I think that that's what's been so inspiring about this particular, series of demonstrations, from Black Lives Matter to Black Trans Lives Matter, seeing all these demonstrations, seeing the different kinds of people that are out there and showing up, not just in the streets, but also in the boardrooms, on their social media, really educating their audiences. And so I think that right now, partnership is truly what we need.
So happy to finally meet you. It's I already feel like I kind of know you through your work and all your writing and being a fan of your radio show. So I'm just so happy that we're finally here.
Yeah, it's great to meet you as well. I loved your article, Marie Claire, back in May. It was phenomenal. It inspired me. And of course, you got a GLAAD nomination, so congrats on that. Still waiting for mine. I feel like Annette Bening, not getting my GLAAD Award nomination, but it's okay. It'll come along. It'll come along.
It will. It will.
So for you, when you think about gender identity, what does it mean to be a woman?
I think for me, I don't really know what it means to kind of be a woman or to be this kid who kind of grew up this very effeminate boy, or all of these kind of labels that we attach to what it means to be trans or what it means to be a person or a human being. And I think that for me, to be a woman, I guess basically means standing in your truth and owning who you are fully and the totality of your experiences and kind of acting as your most authentic self. And so I guess that's just kind of something that any human being, regardless of gender, should kind of try to attain to. So that's kind of, I guess, womanhood or personhood to me, I guess. When I think about what initially made me want to have a conversation with you was the fact that you're so authentic about who you are and, the duality of your experiences, as you have said, and especially I was really attracted to it when you talked about Zora Neale Hurston and when you quoted her in an interview about your own radio show, saying that you're not tragically Black and you're not tragically colored. Yeah. I mean, you're not tragically colored and you're not tragically gay.
Yes.
And what does that mean when you had said that?
That line by Zora Neale Hurston, I am not tragically colored, I'm not tragically Negro, that resonated so strong with me. And it's really been a line that I use for my everyday life, meaning that when it comes to my sexual orientation, there's no tragedy in it. You know, when you think of somebody who's LGBT, you think of, a life of rejection and anguish and suffering and always feeling like, oh my gosh, nobody loves me. I'm never going to find love. God hates me and all these kinds of things. I don't feel that way. My life is a good life. I will not let my life be a tragedy. That's not an option for me. So for me, I'm not tragically gay. The Afrobella.com, I mean, you have a really strong fan base.
I blame
among Black
it's the
women.
hair.
It's the hair.
I think it's I'm not kidding. I think it's the hair and it's the boyfriend.
Yeah.
I think it's two things that Black women genuinely want is that they want to have a great partner, a great love, because supposedly there's no Black men out there and there's there's no love for Black women. Black women can't find, how tragic, the media tends to make Black women look.
Absolutely.
And so I think it's the positivity and the kind of the love that came out of my story in terms of, I didn't make it tragic. And I think that's why I've always loved you in your writing. And so I think it's that like happiness. You see someone that looks like you in the pages of a predominantly white women's magazine. Let's not pretend that Marie Claire isn't that. And so I think it's just that, like, there's a happy story there, even though and it also shows that, I look like I'm a Black woman and I'm also, I come from a different kind of upbringing and a different path, and that we're all Black women. And I just love that the Black, sites like Afrobella, as you said, and Clutch Magazine and Vibe Vixen have all celebrated my story. They can't control what their readers are going to react to it, but in terms of how Black women have embraced me and loved me, I just feel for the first time in my life that I fully stand in my truth and that I can share it, and that it shows that when you are fully who you are, you will find your people. Your people will come. And I'm just happy to see that Black women are among those people and those who embrace me and love me. It's amazing.
I recall when I began writing, I really got into the writing industry, the entertainment side of the writing industry, via other gay men who happen to be closeted, and they were journalists. And you would think for a writer, who cares? Nobody cares about you. But kind of in this day and age of like Facebook and Twitter, if you do something attached to something celebrity driven, it can bring some attention to you. But although they were all closeted, I decided from the start of my career that I would just be who I am. I wouldn't try and hide anything, because I didn't want anybody to say, oh, he interviewed T.I., but he a faggot. I didn't want anything like that. I wanted to be open. And to be honest with you, being open with who I am helped me. It got me more jobs writing for LGBT Press, which is amazing. It only helped me. And you can't sit down with somebody and try and pull out the truth out of them when you are scared about your own truth.
I have issues with passing, the term passing, because I feel like it means as if you're passing for something that you're not, when all I've done is kind of be myself and follow exactly who I am, despite the fact that everyone around me was telling me, no, you're supposed to be a boy, you're not supposed to be a girl, but I knew I was a girl. So it's definitely a privilege. I'm very hyper conscious as I navigate in the world and in my life that of like my privileges and all of my obstacles at the same time. So it's not something I can apologize for. I'm not going to apologize for the way that I look, and but I do have friends who aren't able to blend in as well as I can and don't fit the rigid mold that we do have for women in terms of being attractive and being seen as, deemed as, my femininity and my womanhood isn't questioned when I walk down the street. And that's something that is very real for a lot of trans women who have had to transition later in life.
When I was 5 or 6 years old, I wanted to dress up like a girl, just for whatever reason. Just wanted to dress up like a girl and play around. Girls can do that, want to dress like a boy, but if boys do, it becomes a problem. Yeah. But my mother, she was okay with it. I mean, I could tell she was a little bit concerned, but I was begging her. She was like, okay, fine. So
you're begging her to
yeah, I was begging her to just wear a dress or do something, whatever, just to play, if you will. So I was, she put me in some heels and a dress and some makeup, and I was running around the apartment, kind of screaming and hollering or whatever, just having a good time. I was being a kid, I was playing. And it's funny, in that moment, that could have been a major shift in my core personality. Being 5 or 6 years old, those moments when you're that young are very important.
Yeah.
And being that she affirmed me in that moment, being that she stood up for her son in that moment, took a stand for her son,
Let you know it's okay.
and letting me know that it's okay, that I was just being creative and I was being a kid. It kind of, not that I don't have any struggles or I didn't have any struggles with being gay, but it gave me a shield to know that I'm not inferior, that I am loved. Because if your mother loves you and your mother affirms you, nobody else really matters.
Relate to it on a personal level with, and I hate having to say this, but it was usually on the sites where the readers are supposed to look like me, who, you know, and the writers look like me, where I got the most visceral reaction about who I am and what my story meant to people. And it just appalled me that people would have such anger about me sharing my story about being trans and all this stuff, and then them saying, if I saw her in the street and she kissed me, I'd kill her, or this is an abomination, you know, damning me to hell. And I don't think that's something that, I'm a strong person, but I don't think I can ever get used to seeing those kind of things.
And I can recall when I first moved to New York City, I was walking through Harlem and I saw a shirt in a window, and the shirt, it was a black shirt with white letters. I will never forget it. And the shirt said, "A real man does not deal drugs." Okay, I'm with that. Okay. "A real man loves God." All right, whatever, you know, that's what it is. "A real man does not sleep with other men." I'm walking through Harlem, you know, 21 years old, and I saw that shirt.
Well, a real man doesn't murder someone.
Exactly. Murder, steal, takes care of their kids.
Yeah.
Right? But that's the one they want to use. And I remember it kind of like hitting me in my gut. And then I thought of all the kids that may have saw this, all the straight folks that may have saw this, and it reinforced their beliefs on gay people. But what I do believe is that homophobia in the Black community stands for something else. It stands for manhood. It means you're a real man, you're a real nigga if you don't like faggots. I want to ask you my main question that I ask.
Blame it on the dress, go buy it.
Signature question. My signature question. When you get to heaven, what is the DJ playing?
Oh my God. That's a good question.
We should answer that question, yo, afterwards.
Huh. Okay, I got it, I think.
It's a hard question.
Yeah, I think it'd be the Beach Boys, God Only Knows. I love it. It's just light and airy, and kind of, it's about, it opens with, it says, I'm not going to sing it, I'll just say the lyrics, but it says, I may not always love you, but like stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows how much I need, what, you know, I mean, without you, or something like that. And so I just love that it's about, you know, love and openness and acceptance, and also doubt a little bit. You know, you kind of, sometimes you doubt the way you love someone or whatnot. And so it's just, you know, I'm obsessed with relationships. So I feel like that's what would be playing in heaven. I'm going to ask you the same question.
The same question.
What is the DJ playing for you in heaven?
Wow. It's funny. I've asked that question so many times, but never really answered it. Well, heaven is here on earth, but when I get to the other heaven, it would be like a crazy tribal house remix of like Nina Simone's Feeling Good. Just birds flying high, you know how I feel, I'm feeling good. Just some crazy, just drums of tribal, something to take me to the jungle. And just be Nina and house, and I would just rise up.
No.
I'm not totally
Okay, so you know, with Clay Kane, I agree with him. It's like they want to put us like so tragic, like we're always so tragic. You know, it's just like when y'all are over there on BMU Network or whatever, or just some of these other real, what is it called, red pill podcasts or whatever, and when they're talking about the gays, the lesbians, the queers, or whatever, they make us out to be like we're so tragic. You know, like we're so different, or you know, our lives are so, you know, effed up or whatever. You know, most of us don't live really that much differently than they do. You know what I'm saying? We have our ups and downs, our highs, our lows, our ebbs and flows, you know, our happiness, our unhappiness, just like everybody else in this society, in this world. You know, so, and I'm not tragic. You know, there's nothing tragic about my life. And probably for the most part, it's probably better than most of theirs, than most of these heterosexuals. with all the tragic shit that's going on in their world. You know, so to always put us as like we're tragic and we're suffering, you know, and we're, you know, whatever, you know, most of us are just fine.
Well, I think well, because they think that they live for validation. So because we don't, they think we gave up our masculinity, which they think is the most important thing. We're giving up our social validation. So what else is there? Like that's all there is to life for them. They're constantly chasing social validation and this performative masculine image. Excuse me. But I feel like there's policing going both ways. They're telling you to be overly masculine, right? But then I feel like right now there's a lot of I don't know, confused bisexual black men who are telling gay men to be more masculine. They want you to be feminine and to be passable, but so that they can, you know, they can be queer without anybody knowing. So, but meanwhile, you know what, I do have a problem with it because I feel like they really want to have it both ways. They want to pass as straight but reap all the benefits of being queer, and then the I don't know. I guess all the burden falls on the openly gay person or trans person because they want you to put on makeup and a dress and do all those things so that they can reap the benefits of it, but they don't want to pay for it. I mean, I feel like right now more than in the past, I'm encountering all these black men who are telling me I'm not feminine enough. And I've always been told prior that I wasn't masculine enough. But now they're telling me that I need to put on a damn wig and some damn makeup. And I'm like, what? You know, are you paying for this shit? Like, what am I getting out of this?
Yeah.
Like it's really exploitation. They want well, they're going to police our image either way. We're either too masculine or too feminine. So
And we're not
you
men.
don't you don't you don't get a say in your own identity. They want you to tailor to what the hell they think is best for them.
Okay.
I mean,
But
did y'all ever notice they always ask you, "Are you masculine or are you feminine?" Like,
yeah, I hate that. I hate that. You know, I even hate the whole top bottom verse conversation, you know, or whatever. They don't, it's like, you know, get to know me and you'll find out, you know, or whatever. I hate that. And I hate that, you know, when they say that gay guys, you know, a lot of times they automatically assume because you're a gay man, that you're feminine and that you're not a real man. And you'll hear that a lot out of actually, I hear that out of a lot of black women and black men. I don't hear it so much out of white people, but they do say it too, you know. But I do hear that a lot out of black women and black men, you know, not to my face, but you know, just from general listening to general conversations that I've heard over the years, or stuff that they post in comments or on, you know, TV shows and different stuff like that. You know, I've heard that whole "what a waste" thing, you know, or yeah, they're not a real man, you know, and it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
right, but they put that feminine energy on you, and then when you actually conform to it and actually embrace your femininity, then they're going to penalize you for that too. They already told you that you weren't masculine, right? Because you're gay. They've been telling you since you were a child that you're feminine. Okay, but what happens when you do embrace it and then they didn't have a problem with it still?
Right.
See, what I don't
They have a
understand
problem,
is
they have a
why do
problem with
they
it when. What'd you say, Deshaun? Go ahead.
what I don't understand is why do they do this to children, trying to tell them they're the F bomb if they switch like this or anything like that, and just not say anything at all. Like, because you remember they said, oh, it's a phase. It's a phase. So if it's a phase, why are you belittling the kid of whatever the kid is doing. The kid doesn't know anything about anything, so why don't you just keep it quiet and shut the fuck up? That's what I
You know
don't
what?
understand.
You know what? I'm gonna play this other part of the video because what you're saying. Listen to what this guy says. It's going to come up in a minute. Listen to what this guy says. What his parents said to him. Yeah. Oh man, what you just said. You're gonna know what I'm talking about once I play it. But listen to what he said. What his parents said. And other parents have said this too. Some of my friends, I've heard where they told me that their parents have said this to them.
Surprised, Tallulah has had grief from some in the local Asian community. Some Muslims struggle to accept gay people.
Not this little part right here, because this is only like about a minute or so, and then it's going to go into the part that I'm talking about.
Let alone transsexual ones. Few are willing to talk about it on camera, but there is one online, and it turns out that he's gay himself.
Homosexuality is okay and is not wrong. You can't change your sexuality no matter what you do.
The man in the video is Sahil Ahmed, a 23-year-old student from East London. Maybe he can shed some light on how his fellow Muslims view gay people.
Have you always been in this bit of town? Did you grow up around here?
No, I didn't grow up around here. I grew up in Waltham Forest. Okay. So like, I moved here like a year ago. Basically since kind of I moved out of my parents' house and stuff.
At what age did you realise that you were gay?
Well, I mean, the age I realized I was gay was like literally last year, age of 22. So that's when I actually came out to myself.
Yeah.
And the reason why it took so long is because my religion taught me that being gay is not a thing.
Yeah.
I was pretty much born into actually a very kind of strict form of Islam. You know, I was basically brought up believing that the West is, you know, the enemy, that the UK is at war with Islam.
Even though you were living in the UK?
Yeah, even though I was born here and I was living here. Yeah. And I was just basically like, you know, all the non-Muslims are the enemy and that they want to destroy Islam. And I really believe that.
At your most extreme point, what would your view on homosexuality have been?
Well, my view would have been that it's disgusting, it's evil. And what you do to gay people is that you throw them off a tall building and you stone them to death. And I also kind of believe that I deserved being gay as a punishment from God because I'd done something evil in my life.
Wow. All right, I'll be your basket man.
Yes, thank you.
You get what you need.
Yeah.
Sahil no longer practices his religion. Fridays used to be prayer day, but today he's having friends over instead.
I think cookies are a good idea, right?
Cool,
yeah.
Go for it. There you go.
He's forced to keep the location of his student flat a secret from his family. Coming out was just the beginning of his ordeal.
What was it that made you decide to leave home?
Basically, when my parents realized I was gay,
did they realize, or did you tell them?
The way they'd found out is that they'd using the router, they checked my internet history. And then when they checked that, he's into other guys. And then like
conclusively.
Conclusive. So then basically like they call me back home.
But why
and my
would
dad
they want to
basically said,
why would they want to check
I
your
know the
history?
secret that
This
you've
is
been
so
keeping
dumb.
from us. That was the most dreadful, fear-inducing moment in my life. He's my dad, but he believes that gay people should be killed. They should be stoned to death.
Including his own son?
Including me, yeah. In like the Pakistani community, and there's a very strong shame factor. You know, there's the whole thing about honor. So for example, my own mother said to me, if you murdered someone, I'd still accept you. But you being gay, I can't accept you for that. I can't acceect that.
Was there ever a conversation about
than a gay person?
Your homosexuality?
Oh yeah, that was actually the main reason why I ended up leaving the house. They basically said the only way you can stay in this house is if you agree to be exorcised to get the demons out of you, because they were convinced that the reason why I'm gay and the reason why I was doubting religion was because I was possessed. And for like the next 2 months, they would like, you know, recite the Quran over me, make me bathe in holy water. At one point, I almost took my own life in my room. That was when I decided, you know what, I can't stay in this house, because if I stay here, I'm probably not going to be around for much longer.
Sorry, we're out of champagne.
Oh yeah.
So we got orange juice. How does that work for you guys?
Sahil moved into student accommodation. He hasn't spoken to his family for over a year.
How important has this circle of friends become to you?
The reason why I'm here actually, like alive, is because of my friends. And if it wasn't for them, then I don't know where I'd be.
But Sahil's past still haunts his future.
Having sex right now is a bridge too far for me. Like, I would be okay with like a kind of like a romantic relationship with another guy. But having sex is something that kind of, I'm not sure if I'm ready to go into that. If I see two guys together kissing or something, like I'll have like this emotional kind of immediate like homophobia. It's been so deeply indoctrinated in me since childhood that it's hard for me to kind of weed that out and get rid of that and shake that kind of thinking off.
I think the most surreal thing about Sahil's story is that it actually happened here in London. I'm flabbergasted that someone is having to go through an exorcism because their parents are disgusted by their nature, by the fact that they're actually a homosexual person. He's now alone. He no longer has a connection to his family, and you know, the thing that seems most painful for him is losing that relationship with his mother and his younger siblings. That's just really sad. All down to the fact that he is being himself.
Islam is the fastest growing religion in the UK. There are now over 1.5 million Muslims under the age of 25. With numbers like that, it's hard to ignore the influence imams can have on young minds like Sahil's. We contacted over 200 mosques to find someone to speak with me on camera. And in the end, only one imam agreed. Mohammed is 29 and from Edinburgh, but he's having to meet me independently without the support of his mosque.
So Mohammed, what are your beliefs when it comes to homosexuality?
My beliefs are the same beliefs that my religions have. When it comes to these issues, obviously you go back to the sources that you have and you try to find your answers in it.
Okay, so what would your answer be?
I personally believe that it's an unnatural manifestation of a natural desire. In Islam, we are told that this is not something that can become a feeling. This is something that is unnatural. And if it's something that is in you, then you can tackle it. You can deal with it.
What would you say the general attitude in your mosque is towards homosexuality?
Honestly speaking, people don't speak about it. I've received some anonymous emails. They never mention their name, probably out of shyness.
So you've had somebody at your mosque approach you about their own homosexual feelings. What was your reaction to that?
If he really trusts Allah, if in his heart he has a feeling for Allah which is more stronger than any other feeling, then I will for sure tell him that as a man, as a straight man, I personally feel that I am attracted to every single beautiful woman. I have this urge, but just because of this urge, is it justified for me to go after every single beautiful woman that I find attractive? You know, the people who are kleptomaniac, they have the urge to steal.
So you think it's an urge?
I don't believe it's an urge, but it's something that he can control. In the month of fasting, for example, especially in the UK, for 21 hours, you're not eating. And in the beginning, you have struggles. You're struggling. But at the end of the month, you find it very normal.
I'm sorry to cut you, but you're comparing something like homosexuality to stealing and
I'm not equating it. I'm not equating it.
I know, but you're comparing. You're
But I'm not
comparing
But
them to stealing and to
I'm talking
the
about
urge to eat.
I'm talking about the physical things.
So what would you do then if your son came home and told you that I've not been able to tell you this before, but I believe that I'm actually gay? How would you react to that?
Either if he is confused, he should try, and he should see that if he can find peace and comfort or love in a woman. If he can't, then I will tell him that the only option that he has is to live a celibate life if he can.
Scripture is one thing, but real life is another.
He's confused.
And
you're making
I think
more
if you're living in the
confusion.
real
See
world,
what I'm
you have to
talking about?
question some of the things that you're not only taught, but some of the things that have been left behind for you to learn from.
But Mohammed's views are in line with all major Islamic organizations in Britain. And on these streets, some interpret those views in extreme ways. This is Whitechapel in East London.
We're making a program for the BBC on attitudes towards homosexuality. You happy to chat about it on camera?
No.
Why not?
No, not on camera, man.
Why is that?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, definitely. It's a major sin as far as Islam is concerned, but it doesn't take you out of the fold of Islam. So technically speaking, yes, you can be gay and be Muslim. What everyone does in their private homes, it's up to them.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to judge.
Can you be gay and Muslim?
I don't think so. Because if you're following a religion, you need to follow everything in that religion. If you are a Muslim, you cannot be gay. If you are gay, you cannot be Muslim. That's as simple as that.
Being a Muslim, you can't be a gay or lesbian. If you can't follow a very tiny rule, then you are not in the religion.
Have you got a couple minutes to chat to me on camera? No? Hello, mate, you got a couple minutes?
I've heard some signs of tolerance on the street.
Excuse me, sir. Have you got 2 minutes to just chat to me on camera? No?
But the Imam's line does seem to hold true for some Muslims as the rest of Britain moves towards a greater acceptance of homosexuality.
You identify yourself as gay. Why do you then choose, because it is a choice, why do you then choose to be a Muslim when it says explicitly within Islam, within Judeo-Christian tradition, that that is prohibited? It's a choice.
I would just like to say that sexual orientation is not a choice. It's not a choice at all.
It's a choice for you to be Muslim. So why would you? No, don't get involved in this. Why would you choose to be Muslim? Why would you choose to be a Muslim if in the Quran it says that that is prohibited? It's a choice. At the end of the day, you can choose to be a Muslim, or you can choose not to.
It doesn't say in the Quran that it's prohibited. What is prohibited is the act.
I can give you the ayah that it says it in.
I am not here to talk about that one act. What I am here to talk about.
Let Asif speak, please. Let Asif speak. Let him respond to your question.
I am not here to talk about that one act. What I'm here to talk about is love. Love between two men, two women.
When will it be okay and accepted to be gay in Islam? That is not, it's a loaded question, but I'm sorry. You either be gay or you be Muslim. No one is forcing you to be a Muslim.
I think that is totally wrong.
Yeah, lady here in the blue.
I think that is totally wrong. I mean, I was brought up in an Islamic household. I'm from an Islamic community. I'm from a very conservative Pakistani community. If my mom and dad can accept me, why can't the wider community accept me from the
This lady in the blue, and then we'll come to the
I personally think that the question you're asking is when will the Muslim community accept you as a gay person, accept gay or homosexuality? The thing is, homosexuality is not accepted in Islam, so the Muslim community will never accept homosexuality in a whole. But you being gay, not on a judgmental level, you can be gay, but then at the same time, if you choose to follow a religion which prohibits homosexuality, then you can't turn around and ask when will they accept for you to be gay.
Can I just say then? Yeah. Can I just say, what are people like me meant to do then? You know, gay teenagers, the suicide rate is going up, homophobic crime is going unreported, and it's because of attitudes like this that is causing people like me such dilemma.
The danger with literalism is in insisting that there is only one interpretation and one way of doing things. If we take that literally, if we take literalism literally, then only 200 years ago, slavery was accepted and justified by religion. Let me finish. The Quran explicitly and literally, let me finish and make this point. The Quran literally allows for slavery, as does the Bible, but we no longer practice it because our attitudes and interpretations have changed. There is no one Muslim community. There is no one way of interpreting things. If he wants to identify as being Muslim, as this gentleman here said, Abdullah, he said he's not going to tell him he's not a Muslim, and I applauded him for that. He said he's not going to discriminate against him. You just did. And so even he disagrees with you. Yes, you did. Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
Bring Tim in here.
God does not exclude anyone. That is a crucial first point. And everyone has the right to define for themselves what their identity is. And we all have identities which quite often are contradictory. We all have to find some way of navigating that, of remaining faithful to our vision of God while also remaining faithful to who we are. But to add to that also, the rest of society, in particular state, should not try to impose its view or its morality upon Islam. This is a conversation that has to happen within Islam, and there might be room. There might be room, and that's what it. There might be room for growth and change. Ultimately, you decide for yourself. But the idea of saying to someone, "You're a sinner," even if you do define them as a sinner, you cannot be part of this religion. That to me is anti-God, because that's a decision that God makes, not you. Not you.
With regards to what you said about interpretation, you're pushing the idea that there is no true interpretation of Islam. By that exact logic, you're saying that the people, the extremists, right, their interpretation of religion is also valid. There is mainstream Islam. There are things that are universally accepted within Islam. For example, the gentleman brought up the idea of drinking, of doing drugs. You know, those things are prohibited within Islam. I can choose not to do them, or I can. But for me to go out and say, I'm a Muslim and I drink and that should be accepted, that's not religion. That's not what you're subscribing to.
You're conflating choice and how somebody is without choice. That first of all, he was born the way he is, and I'm sure he can speak for himself. What I would like to say to you is, many Muslims would consider you sinful for not covering your face and would insist that you're sinful and you can't be a Muslim for showing your face and not wearing the jilbab, the long gown. So at the end of the day, this is all interpretive. And just as you've got the right, in fact, they'd also, please, let me respond to you, please.
Because you're going into all
No,
sorts of
I'm talking about
avenues now.
interpretation. Can I just finish my point?
Go ahead,
They would also say that you shouldn't be speaking in front of men, you shouldn't be on television.
Come
there are
on.
literalists who argue that too. We know that because they're empowered.
Let's just go back to Abdullah quickly, everyone.
Okay. Osama bin Laden was asked, right? He was asked, why did you go against the Islamic prohibitions of killing women and children? And he says, the law's not set in stone. He's a modernist. Osama bin Laden is a reinterpretationist, modernist. He believes in different interpretation of Islam. You can reinterpret it. It's the same mentality that Maj Nawaz has to reinterpret scripture when it suits him. In Islam, we believe in rules, we believe in principles. You can't just change those things. You can't just change those things when it suits you.
In 2007, less than half.
So Deshaun, are you there?
No, I'm just eating fried ravioli.
What do you think about that? Did you hear where? I mean, I know you heard it about. So it's okay to murder somebody. Isn't that?
Yeah, I just said it. It's like that's
ironic?
just so stupid. That is just so freaking stupid. So you can't. A gay person is the worst thing in the world than a murderer. So you will take a murderer. So a murderer, you will kill. You have your son murder everyone else and still love him. You see how the stupid rhetoric it is? How people are so freaking stupid and dumbfounded. That a murderer is just as bad, you stupid idiot. But here we go again. Freaking biased people. Because these people are nothing but biases. Just biased motherfuckers. So that means that you're dangerous to society as a parent. To allow your son to be out here killing children, mothers, fathers, you are a danger to society. You are absolutely a terrorist. And you will love your son for being a murderer than being gay.
And it's
we have a
weird.
lot of terrorists in this world today, man. I'm telling you. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna show you this too. Watch this.
Getting beaten because they were gay in a bathroom is evidence of what? Use your thinking cap. It's evidence of a hate crime and of a culture who hates the LGBTQ community and thinks that it is okay to enact violence on them. And of course I say the Bible's not working because while you guys are out here wanting to put the 10 commandments on the wall, you don't listen to the Beatitudes in your heart. You don't give a shit about Jesus' teaching. You care about identity politics. The Bible's not working actually at all because you think that it is a core tenet of the faith to hate gay people, mistreat them, take their rights away. And if you don't do that, well, you're not actually a Christian. While all of you guys justify all the adultery you're committing, the multiple marriages, the child abuse, which is rampant in the Christian community, and you justify it. The Southern Baptist Convention hid 700 sex offenders of children, and you guys haven't said a word. You guys have not had a problem. Epstein files aren't getting released, and you still have no problem, yet you claim it's the LGBTQ community that's harassing children. You are the most vicious, vile, hateful, lying group of people, and you want to say the Bible's working. No, it's not, because if it did, you would love your neighbor as you love yourself, and you would go further the way Jesus commanded you and says, love your enemies and do good to those who persecute you, even though you guys are the one doing the persecuting to everyone else. And yeah, the perpetrator's parents probably had something to do with it. They probably, like you, passed down hatred of the LGBTQ community, the refusal to accept people for who they are, and that you should be able to impose your religion and your morality on everyone else. Forgive the sins that you're committing, but make sure you pick out somebody else that you can condemn. And you're like, well, what does it mean you went to liberty in Israel? So what? It means I did the work you did not do. I studied things where they happened. I dove deep because I wanted to understand and I wanted to live life the way Jesus said. And I was able to break down your harmful doctrines and ideologies because don't discredit me for doing the work that you have been too lazy to do. And as soon as you were like, what do you mean? It's saying that the Bible says we shouldn't have immigration? No, no one's saying we shouldn't have immigration laws. What I'm saying is that masked ICE agents without warrants shouldn't be able to take people from their immigration hearings, which they are doing, body snatching people who are hardworking, who are paying taxes, who are trying to be here and contribute. They should be able to stay. They should have a fast track through immigration instead of the broken system we have. We should not be body snatching innocent people. And you cannot be a Christian and claim you love the ministry of Christ and you revel and praise in people being ripped from their families or sent to alligator Alcatraz without the adequate supplies that they need. You are not a believer. What you have done is you have married identity politics and you have forsaken the gospel of Christ. And I want you to go to the Old Testament. Oh, Israel, they had immigration law. I want you to go to the Bible and find me one immigration law that says keep people out, that says something other than when the alien is among you, you must love them as one of your own because you knew what it was like to be aliens in Egypt, or welcome the stranger because what you did for the least of these, you did for me. It doesn't say that, but I'll wait. I'll be right here. You know where to find me. And that's why I say the Bible doesn't work, because y'all don't listen to it. You've married identity politics and divorced Christ. I'll wait. Someone getting beaten because they were gay in a bathroom is evidence of what? Use your thinking cap. It's evidence of a hate crime.
Someone getting beaten because you were gay. That's what it was.
She said a lot, and she spoke the truth. I mean, she actually spoke the truth. It's like going back to saying they're hypocrites. You know, they have these double standards that they have for gay people. Now that is something to say that that is something to say that I would rather you be a murderer than to be a queer, to be gay, to be gay or whatever. So you would accept a murderer. And then the gay person is not a murderer, not going out killing or harming anybody, but you would accept a murderer than you would a gay person. That says a lot. That says a lot.
Maybe these people are Barabbas's children. I don't know. Maybe, but because Barabbas had kids, so maybe these are the kids of Barabbas. Maybe, because if they support shit like that, we're in trouble. This is Barabbas's children.
Yeah, we're definitely with this Trump administration too. Rolling back all of our laws and stuff now, and now the racists and the KKK. They've come above ground. A lot of them, even though they were still some of them above ground, but most of them were underground. And but now with Trump in office, he's licensed them with his rhetoric and the policies that he's with him and the Republican and the Heritage Foundation and them are putting into place. He's licensed them to come above ground and to actually show their hatred and their racism, bluntly in our faces and stuff now. So it's going to get bad. And I don't know what's really going to happen here in the United States with these laws that Trump has been acting, and then in our rights and politics, and our rights, that he's taken away, that they're suppressing or taking away from us now. I don't understand. I don't really know what's going to happen, or if we're going to be able to stop this, because every day is something, and every day it's getting worse and worse, and there's something else that they're taking away. And then they're disguising it as if they're trying to disguise it like they're trying to make stuff fair or make stuff equal, but it's not. It's hatred.
I need to tell you.
So you need to tell. Go ahead. What do you need to say?
My cousin told me about they're giving all these billions and trillions of dollars to these rich people, right? But she was also saying that these people are so conservative. Why do they have a gay person named Tim, whatever? He's married to his husband. He's a conservative too. There was so much money for them. They got a whole house, beautiful house, everything else, but they're not judged. They're not judged. They're billionaires. And he's gay.
Because he's probably log cabin Republican. Those log cabin Republicans, they agree, they agree. And even if they don't agree, they still go and vote party line or whatever. But a lot of them are no different than the straight heterosexuals Republicans. That's why, but they want the benefits and shit of the gay community, and they want to come around and enjoy the parties and the atmosphere, you know, and whatever's going on in the gay community, but then they still go and vote with that party and vote against us. And they actually they're voting against themselves too. But it's the craziest shit to me. I just don't understand it. Yeah, I don't understand.
I agree.
You know, and how they can, I don't understand how they can just go and do that and oppress, you know, go and help the Republicans.
But this is nothing new.
Your own people, your own side.
This is nothing new because they've been doing this since the centuries. They've been doing it since the king and queen times. Because if you think about it, some of those kings were gay, and let me tell you,
a whole lot of them were.
Some of them actually oppress other gay people so that they can have concubines of the younger kids or the younger boys and shit, so that they can keep silent while they pretend like they're heterosexual. Now remember, King James also. Why is King James buried beside swordsmen? I need to know that. Where's his wife at? Where's his dead wife? Because I want to know why he's buried beside another dude. I want to know that because the thing is, a lot of people are so homophobic and hateful of gay people. Why is King James buried beside a dude? And you know that, where's his wife? I'm going to tell you the real story on why this shit happened. I'm going to tell you why. I think it had something to do with King James. That's the reason why the culture of DL started to happen. Because the thing is, there was a fight that was going on. There was something that was going on. We got to do something with this person. Oh, you can't be gay or something like that. King James was either jealous of something, of someone else trying to be the king of Wayne, of another gay person. So he decided, you know what, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to kill that person. And then I'm going to create nothing but homosexuality, this, so that I can be the only gay to be in power, so that all y'all don't exist and y'all suffer. Because I think that's what it is. Or something happened in 1940 where homosexuality came back, where it had something to do with Jimmy Carter. Because the thing is, it would have something to do with money, and the Republicans need that money of something. They had to find something. Jimmy Carter said, fuck you. I'm just going to say that like that. Because they were saying, if you don't do this, we're going to do this. Jimmy Carter's like, I don't care what you do. Whatever happened. And they were so angry that they put in homosexuality as a sin and all that other shit so that it will scare the public over and over and over again, bringing it back to make more problems. Because the thing is, if you go to the 1800s, do you know there was a lot of homosexuality that was going on? And there's pictures of men that was together sitting on each other's lap and stuff like that. After 1945 or 1949, whatever it is, this is where they brought that shit of, we're going to put this down in that Bible. And that's the New Bible Testament at the time. So that's what it is. And also, so that they can actually, you know, I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to go further. But the thing is, I think, let me see. There was something else so that they can blame the community so that they, whatever they're doing, such as children and all that bullshit, will be under the rug. That's the reason why they're doing it. All the stories of, I already gave you, actually, I just posted it on TikTok, where there's 31 cases of sexual assault, sexual abuse, sexual anything from these kids that was from 2004 up. There was 31 cases of these children. There's 31 cases of children. These men's faces are on there, 31 of them. 31 of them.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. There's more than that. There's just some people who just haven't been caught.
There was a whole, oh my God, there's more.
There's a whole lot of pedophiles out there.
Yeah, and I will tell you this. There was a news.
There's even women. There's women that molest boys and stuff too, and there's
that
molest little girls. There's women that molest little girls. It's out there, and they want to put it off like it's the gay people, but it's not the gay people. Those are those heterosexual men and women living heterosexual lives, doing that type
So
of
they
stuff.
can do whatever the fuck they want. So they can scapegoat you gay people to say
and
you did it.
counselors and all of this type of stuff that are doing that. These are even the elected officials and stuff. They're getting caught. They're always getting caught.
Yes.
You know, and they pass these laws. We've said this before. They pass these laws against us. You know, but they're the ones who are getting caught. You know, on these apps like Grindr and them. They're the ones hiring these escorts from these escorts, these male escorts and stuff from these services. They're the ones who are molesting these little kids and stuff, and they're putting this off. You know, they're putting it off on the gay people, and it's not the gay people. There are a few gay people out there that have done that, but for the most part, gay men are not interested in little young boys. You know, that's a heterosexual thing mainly. That's them
Because they gatekeep it. Because what they do is, remember, I'm gonna tell you, oh, you're a man now. You're a man. Oh, he's a man now. Oh, he's a man now. Ooh, what he did to me, and vice versa. Female little girl, bitch, you want my man? You want my man? You did it. You did it. You want my man? That's what you want, ho? I mean, that's what they do. The opposite sex of a problem that is happening that fucks up the mentality of young folks.
Yeah, they put it off on the gay people, but that's to take the lens off of them. So if you're looking over here at us, then you're not paying attention to what they're actually doing. You know, and then when they get caught, because usually a lot of them do get caught. Now there's some of them who go to their grave and have never been found out. But when they do get caught, then they go back to the religious thing. You know, oh God, forgive me, and they try to use Christianity like because they're Christians or whatever, that they're going to be forgiven of their so-called sins, you know, or whatever. You know, and then they go back and then they start, oh forgive me, you know, oh forgive me, God, you know, and stuff, and then society
they'll start all over again.
It's just a perversion. You know, they're the perverts. You know, and I'm not talking about all heterosexuals. I'm talking about those ones.
Those group of heterosexuals, those weird ones. We're not talking about the normal ones. We know about the normal ones, the weird ones.
Just like it's not the majority of gay people, but the ones who are out there that's like that doing it. That's who I'm referring to. That's who I'm talking about. So heterosexual straight people, you don't think that it's all of y'all. Just like it's not all white people, you know, when we're talking about some of the stuff that the racism and stuff that comes out of the white people. It's not all white people. But there's a lot of white people out there that are like that. And those are the ones who we speak to. You know, we're not lumping all heterosexuals or all gay people, all white people into the same bucket.
We need to put it in the same spectrum.
And the ones who talk and the ones who put the scapegoat and try to, you know, demonize us, you know, those are the ones who we're talking about.
Exactly, because the thing is, what a crime of children is a crime, no matter who it is. I don't know. I don't understand why is it so hard for them to understand that? They have to find some way to blame another group instead of blaming an individual for what they've done. It got nothing to do with anything of a group. You blaming an insulated situation to blame a whole group for a group that got nothing to do with it, and a group is probably roasting their ass. You don't know that because you're heterosexual. You don't know what platforms they're on. Say, oh, it's the gays just doing things to children. Oh, it's an agenda. All this bullshit.
Yes.
But I can find so many videos of you straight people over-sexualizing your children in so many different ways. It's up on the internet.
They do.
It's up on the internet. You don't have to look far. It's on Twitter. It's on YouTube. It's on World Star. You see these freaking hoes be twerking on these dudes at 10 years old, all the way up. And you got the nerve to talk about gay people, but y'all are the main ones that want to do things to children sexually and try to make excuses for it so that your case will be clean. That's basically what it is. But bitch, you are wrong. And the other nigga that's supporting that shit, you're wrong because you are a co-conspirator and you're creating nothing but poison in the community without no respect at all. That's the reason why people have no respect. Because then you want to complain that kids are overly sexualized, but you created the problem. You created it. You supported over-sexualizing children. Then they grow up to be sexualized motherfucking perverts like you.
Yeah.
You gotta pick a struggle. That shit is some bullshit. You cannot just do that. You can't do that. You're creating nothing but confusion. You're creating confusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are some narcissist motherfuckers. I've never seen anything like that in my life in the black community.
Do the same thing. You know, sometimes they repeat the stuff, whatever. Sometimes what happened to them in their childhood, then they grow up and then they repeat what has happened in
to
other people. Right. You know,
they don't want to get no counseling. That's what it is. They don't want to get no counseling because black people think that just going to Jesus is going to help. No, you need somebody to go counseling. You need to go to a room. That's what you need to do.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and finish this video up so we can get on over there to Conscious and see what he's talking about. Okay.
All right, Conscious
I'm
TV.
gonna finish this up, and then I'm gonna finish this up, and I'm gonna get your comment on this, and then we'll head on over to Conscious TV. You know, because they're talking about the Obama comment.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to talk about Obama because Obama, it's like, why not bring them together? Why not have? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with a gay person with a straight friend. What is wrong with that? And then we got black men unfiltered going to talk about this in a negative light, like, oh, you know, we're not gonna have that. We're not gonna have that. We're not gonna bring them together. No. Like there's some bullshit. Like that's some just freaking crazy shit right there.
Obama was just saying what he was really just saying was broaden your horizon, open your lens here, whatever, broaden your people who are around you, and be inclusive, and you might learn something and teach people the same. That's basically what he's saying.
I'm scared.
With gay people, whatever, we're no different than anybody else. Be inclusive. And then you might learn something. You might find a good friend.
It's gotten to the point. Listen, everything is a pause now. You can't say certain things. It'll be gay. It's like everything it's just police now. To the men, this is one of the worst. This is the life that is like you're trapped in a simulation of. This is hell. This is hydroelectric laboratory of hell. In this chamber, because the thing is, if we are living in this world, something changed the grid where we're back to homophobia again. We're back to this grid again, the same old grid.
I don't think we ever left it. We never left it. It was just kind of underground, and people were becoming a little bit more accepting. But now with Trump in office, they don't, and the religious right has pushed their agenda, so now people are falling back into this craziness and into their racism and homophobia because they think now it's acceptable to treat people this way. Before, they did have it a little bit underground, but now, like I said, with Trump, they think that it's okay for me to show my racism. It's okay for me now to show my homophobia and stuff, like that. And with him, the religious right in them putting this Project 2025 into place and rolling back our rights and stuff now. So now they think, okay, well, it's okay. And so now they're doing this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're back. So like you say, we're taking 1 to 2 to 3 steps back, and it's going to take us. It can take us decades to, gain some of our rights and shit back.
Yeah, because the thing is, how are we going to change these people's minds? And the thing is, these are the same people that could have been our allies back in 2011, and they must have changed their mind, or they gave up somewhere around 2020 where they just went conservative or something. I don't know what the heck happened, because these are the same people, or the people that was our allies probably died off. I don't know what happened. I think it was because of COVID. I don't know. But whatever happened, either if it was COVID that killed all of the people that was supposed to be on our side, it's kind of like, this is scary. These people are here.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play this video so we can get out of
Yeah.
here, and then head on over to Conscious TV.
Of the UK population backed gay marriage. Now, 60% are in favour, but support remains lowest among Asian and black men. And I don't think the reasons are just religious.
It's really funny thinking about the relationship between music and culture, because they sort of blur, definitely in my experience anyway. And when it comes to the idea of misogyny and homophobia, particularly in black music, I don't know, I sort of get quite, I don't know, I get a little funny talking about it, because whether I like it or not, the music that I love, definitely in bits of my past, has reflected a view that makes me uncomfortable, if I'm totally honest.
Growing up around these attitudes and these hit songs, it's not hard to see why so few black men come out in public. But Max, who I met at the Barbers, has promised to show me where some young gay people do feel free to be themselves.
Spartan Max. Hey. Can we talk about the hat?
Yeah, sure.
What's the deal with the hat? What happens when the mask comes on?
Well, that remains to be seen.
I mean, what can you tell me about a night like tonight? You've invited me down. What is this? Where are we?
Well, we are at Urban Rock, right? Events like this are special and important for young gay and lesbian people that are coming out, simply because when they're at home, they may not necessarily feel comfortable letting their family or their friends know that they're gay, which effectively means that they have to hide who they really are. But when they come here, they can almost find a surrogate family that will accept you for who you are, because we're all the same, you know?
Enough talking, time to see things for myself.
It's so mad. I've been here 1,000,001 times, but never under these circumstances. It's so crazy. See, guys.
It's unbelievable to witness this parallel world.
There's guys daggering guys in there. If you know what daggering is, I mean, you can put that together yourselves, even if you don't know what it is. There are guys daggering guys in there. That doesn't happen. Well, clearly it does. It didn't happen in my world until today. I mean, there's a Desi room up there. There is a room full of Asian men who I can't even get close to right now with the camera, because they just don't want to be seen. And the reason that they don't want to be on camera is fairly obvious. There is so much paranoia. I mean, we've had to come here because literally whenever we pull the camera out, people are running in different directions.
They were getting down.
I'm about to do the thing that I hate people
They
doing
were
to me, like
getting
just talking to you while
I never heard of that.
It's not right. Very nice to meet you, man.
Oh yeah.
And when it comes to our parents' generation, homophobia was pretty much commonplace, and things are changing for the better, but there still is that weird energy towards homosexuality. And to be really honest with you, as a fan of black music, it is reflected in the music. It's there. It's hard to ignore. And you're playing black music all night. So how do those two worlds sort of go together?
I think for me personally, I grew up with reggae, bashment, dancehall. So whether I was gay or not, it's part of my culture. I've grown up to those music. So take away the words, the music, the energy I get from the beats, I couldn't deny it. Do Do you get what I mean? So I'm not going to let things like Step on Chichi Man or any of those kind of lyrics really bother me. I'm there to dance. I don't care what they're talking about. I know that certain people do have a problem with it, but I find it's more the white community that has problems with the words of the bashment rather than...
Look, it's not just bashment, don't get me wrong. Hip-hop can be homophobic,
yeah.
dancehall can be homophobic, but like you said, it's a culture that we've grown up with.
Yeah, I've grown up with that music.
Does that make it okay?
It doesn't make it okay, but there's a lot of things in the world that aren't necessarily okay, but...
So you'll overlook it, you're saying?
I'll overlook it.
Right, what do you think the reaction would be then if you played Elephant Man Log On in a club like this?
They'll all start logging on.
They do the dance?
Yeah.
And would they ignore the Step on Chichi Man bit, or would they actually do that?
It's like sticks and stones will break your bones, like that kind of situation.
It feels like Mark is trying to reclaim these songs. I'm struggling to find other gay men who will speak with me on camera. But Nicole, a 21-year-old lesbian with a Jamaican dad, agrees.
Thank you for finding the time to chat to me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, it's all good. Thanks. So do you think it's easier to be a gay girl or a gay guy in London?
I say it's hard to be a black gay man. I mean, according to my dad, it's immoral, it's wrong. He sees it as if everybody in our generation is going to accept people being gay, then our generation, when we have kids, they're going to come back to us and say that we're sleeping with donkeys and we must accept it. In Jamaica, they see homosexuality as the white man's disease. The way I've been brought up, it still has an effect on my mind at times. I mean, as much as I'm gay, I don't like the person here about two gay guys in their sex life. Like, for me, it doesn't feel right. But then I feel bad because I'm gay myself. How can I be prejudiced with somebody else that's gay?
Can you understand how for someone like myself that sounds absolutely mental? Because I'm sure the last thing that you want is for anyone to judge you or be prejudiced towards you.
Of course, exactly.
But it almost seems as though it's ingrained within you towards gay guys.
It feels like that, and because I notice it, I feel so bad for it, but I can't help the way I think. I can help the way I act on it, but I can't help the way I think.
Nicole is trying to deal with her own homophobia, and she won't let it stop her coming to nights like this. They're just too important.
When I first came out, I didn't know that there were so many black gay people in London. I thought the majority of them were in Soho, the majority of them were in the white community. But I came out and I came to a night like this, and the whole club was full of pure black people, and the majority of them were all gay. I was amazed.
There is a bubble around that venue that people are walking into, and it's safe. It's weird, like it's a bittersweet sort of thing. You come out of a night like tonight feeling really positive that there is somewhere for young black men to go, but at the same time you think, wow, there are a lot of people in 2016 who are still scared to be seen being who they truly are on camera.
And this is
But one person who
2016.
isn't afraid to be out is Tallulah. And she's keen for me to meet her dad. But first, hair.
I think that one there. This one?
This one?
Yeah, that one.
Oh my god.
See?
Look at me. That's not too bad actually, is it?
Spice up your life.
Yeah, a Victoria Beckham. But it would definitely show all of my Adam's apple. Like sometimes with my wigs, I get them really big and long, so that I can kind of like disguise it from the side. Do you know what I mean?
When you are shopping in here and you do see other black women, I mean, how do they react to you?
They just stare a lot. They just look a lot, and then they'll just whisper amongst themselves, be like, "Oh my god, that's a man." They'll be like, "Oh my god, really? No, it's not." And then they'll be like, "Yeah, look at her throat." And then they'll be like, listen, and then that's the kind of whispering it is.
How far away from being who you want to be do you think you really are?
I'm a long way because I've only just started my transition, so it's like 4 years on the waiting list unless I can get 12.5 grand together to have my vaginoplasty and 5 grand to have my boobs and 2.5 grand to get this done. Then I'm a very long way.
Tallulah is confident no one will be able to tell she once was a man when all the surgery is done, including a vaginoplasty.
It looks so good how they do it. Like, it literally looks like a normal vagina. And yeah, but the recovery is really long. It's about 6 months in recovery. You have to sleep with a dildo inside you for 6 months as well. Yeah, to stop it from healing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Surely there's another way of doing that.
No, there's no other way. Otherwise, it's just going to heal back together, isn't it? 'Cause it's man-made. It's like a scar or a cut or a wound.
A long time.
But yeah,
some people will probably be into that.
Yeah, at least it'll be quite deep.
I'm not ready. I'm not mature enough to have this conversation.
Yeah, that's too much.
Tallulah's dad, Simon, has flitted in and out of her life. He lives in nearby Derby with his new partner.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Sorry.
How you doing?
You good?
Great, yeah, nice to meet you.
Hello, you okay?
Simon, right?
Yeah.
How are you doing?
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah. You okay?
Hello.
How are you?
Hello, Reggie, nice to meet you. How you doing? What's your name? Simon, Talulah was just telling me that you haven't seen each other in a long time.
No. Something good, didn't she? Yeah. You want to come through?
Yeah, please.
Simon has spent the last 4 years behind bars.
So, did you find out when you were actually inside?
I'm sitting there reading the newspaper, and a guy was commenting, he's like, flipping out, goes, look at these, it looks real, who doesn't look real in that, yeah? So he's just looking, and every single person was like, nah, she's a real woman. That, no, he's got a bit of a chin and whatever, you know what I mean? So I looked, and I just went, that's my kid. Like, yeah. Like, that's my kid. I thought to myself, I wonder if it's my fault for not being there.
See, everyone sees it as a fault, don't they?
No.
Everyone thinks
on my
it's
behalf,
the
I
parenting
was
gone wrong.
looking at it in a way where I think to myself, I wonder if that's because I wasn't around much. So she's grown up around her mum, April.
Yeah.
She's grown up around a lot of women. And I'm just thinking to myself, maybe if I was there more, would she have wanted to be more of a masculine person?
And do you still think that way now?
No, not at all.
I'm really surprised at your reaction.
What it is my parents are like old-fashioned Jamaican, Christian background, Christian beliefs. So that's the beliefs that I was brought up with. But because I grew up in like areas which is predominantly white, like I was in boarding school, and there's only 2 black people ever been to that school ever.
So you know how it feels to be different.
So yeah, so to be segregated and to be treated different from other people, I understand that as well.
Yeah.
You know, it all rolls into one. That sort of helped me understand why she's the way she is. At the end of the day, what it boils down to is how a person feels comfortable.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I mean, she's my blood. So
were you surprised at your dad's reaction?
I was, because I've been judged so much by the black community as it was. I thought, well, my dad's just going to be another one.
Simon, thank you so much for having me.
Not a problem.
It's been a real pleasure meeting you. Yeah. And thank you for having me in your home. And look, best of luck with everything. Hopefully get to see you again soon.
Yeah, definitely. Come to Pride on the 12th, which is in Derby.
There's a Derby Pride.
Yeah.
It's a date. I will see you then.
Yeah, definitely.
Lovely to see you. Thanks again, all right?
Bye.
Take care, guys.
Tallulah's dad really surprised me today, given his history and their distant relationship. There is nothing stereotypical about Simon's views. I never thought he would be so accepting. And so, I can't help but think about Sahil, who I met at the start of my journey. He too is still coming to terms with his sexuality, but he's doing it alone, without his mum or dad. So I'm inviting him to join me at Pride next week. Let's hope there are no Muslim anti-gay protesters there, as it wouldn't be the first time.
Just doing a teeny bit of research, there hasn't actually been a march as part of Derby Pride in quite a few years, because the last time a march happened in 2012, people were arrested. There were people protesting, there was hate speech. Some actually held placards which had things written on them such as homosexuality equals freedom gone too far, homosexuality equals a crime against God, and Islam is the ultimate truth. Things such as scum were screamed, gays will go to hell, which just sounds ridiculous to me. I mean, here we go. Look, gays, we hope you die of AIDS. To think that grown men
were actually chanting this and thought that it was acceptable, to me is mind-blowing. This is happening in the UK, not 30 years ago, 3 years ago. One of the Muslim protesters was successfully prosecuted for using abusive language. I'm on my way to Derby to attend my first ever gay pride with Tallulah, and I really hope that Sahil shows up. No, I desperately want Sahil to come today because I think him being one of many, being part of the majority, and not feeling different would be an incredible thing for somebody like him who's only been out a year. But he's just not taking my calls. I suddenly feel like a really annoying, angry girlfriend chasing someone down. So the chances are he's changed his mind about coming. How's that for timing? How are you?
Hello, you okay?
You look great.
Thank you. But I thought I'd make a bit of an effort.
Yeah.
With it being my hometown pride.
Exactly. This will actually be my my first ever pride, and I'm sort of looking around because I was expecting to see a little bit more sort of celebration.
We're not in town just yet.
Right.
But when we get into town, you'll probably see it all more.
Yeah.
You might have to walk down here first to get down there.
It is today, isn't it? It's definitely today, right?
Oh, well, it should be. It's this way.
So this is it. We're here, right?
Nah, this is it. This is the
It's not massive,
tiny
is it?
community
Yeah.
in Derby.
Right. This isn't what I was expecting at all. One thing I was expecting was to be here with Sahil and to see this through his fresh eyes as well. But he's not here. He still isn't responding, and I'm starting to really believe he's not going to turn up today, which is a shame. But at the same time, I mean, just sort of looking around, in a weird way, I can understand why he might not necessarily feel that he fits in even here. Because, I mean, it's a very white pride, isn't it? And outside of myself and Tallulah, there's one other person of colour here. So definitely Tallulah is a minority within a minority within a minority today. In Derby, almost 1 in 5 people are black or Asian. So if 1 in 10 people are gay, by rights, in Derby alone, there should be 5,000 homosexual men and women of colour. It seems like there's a lot of people stopping to watch.
Yeah, there is.
What do you think they're thinking?
They're probably thinking, wow, what colourful people.
Although I spot many black and Asian faces in the crowds of shoppers, they're just here to watch, not take part. Until I spy just one other person of colour actually marching. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. One of the most interesting things I found about today is how few Afro-Caribbean or ethnic minority people there are at Pride. Why do you think there's such a small number? Because it's literally, what, 4 people? 3 people?
I counted.
Yeah.
I counted you. But there's another one, a fresh one.
So what would the West, you're West Indian, the black side of your family, right? What would that attitude be towards your sexuality?
Well, to be honest, I'm not with that part of the family, but from my experience of what I've seen, I think it would be total rejection.
Yeah.
Totally.
Meanwhile, from the white side of your
They're
family,
a bit more tolerant, a lot more, in fact.
why is that?
I think white people are. They think they're not, but they are.
Derby Pride is now in full swing.
Let me hear you scream!
And I get talking to the Asian man I spotted earlier. Hello. Hey, how you doing?
All right, thank you.
I'm Reg. What's your name?
I'm Wahid.
Wahid, nice to meet you. Okay, not to pry, but I take it you are a gay man yourself. Are you a Muslim gay man?
Bisexual.
Bisexual. Why do you think that you're the only Asian man here today?
People are scared to come out. I mean, even I'm here because I don't care anymore. I'm over 60. I had my life. So I don't care what people think about.
Maybe this is why Sahil and other Black and Asian people have stayed away. Too much to lose, too much to fear. Whilst Derby Pride might not have been as big as I expected, there's also been no opposition. So it's almost time to leave Tallulah and prepare to head home. But not just yet. It's Sahil.
I thought you weren't coming.
Well, I'm here now.
Come here.
Good to see you. Good to
Now,
see you too.
this is the first time I've ever been to a Pride event.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to one before?
I've never been to one before. This is my first time as well.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's amazing. It's actually like the kind of like atmosphere. Like, yeah.
Have you ever been around this many people who are out before?
Never. Like even most of my friends, like my friend circle, most of them, they're straight.
Just how comfortable do you feel in an environment like this?
I feel I do feel very much out of place, to be honest with you.
Why?
Because like I don't want people to. I know people will be looking at me and be like, "Wait, is this guy here to blow us up?" Or
No. Do you really think people?
No. I mean, to be fair, I mean, how often do you see like a guy with a beard who looks like a proper Muslim, who is a Muslim, in like an LGBT pride event? Like now I'm here with you guys, and that's fine. But alone, I wouldn't stay here.
Yeah. All right.
Sahil is convinced everyone sees him as a Muslim first and a gay man second. But is that really true?
See, he grown into it. Grown into it. I'm gonna stay along. But he found a group of people right there, so.
Thinking Sahil's gonna follow me out, but he stayed in there, and it looks like Sahil is having the time of his life. And I think you might have made some friends. Good, Sahil. 1 second, I'm just gonna make this one. Come here, you. Like you're having the time of your life.
I am.
So you look like you made some new friends.
Yeah, I did. I wasn't like kind of expecting to stay here very much like after but.
Well, hang on a second. What, you're gonna stay?
Yeah, I wasn't planning on, but now I am. Yeah.
So you're gonna hang back and you're gonna have a night out in Derby.
Pretty much, yeah.
You.
Based on what you told me in the past about how you feel and how you reacted to gay people, being in an environment like this, now feeling the way you do about yourself, how are you reacting to men holding hands and men kissing?
I've had this residual homophobia for a long time. But now today here, I'm not sure if I still have it, but it kind of hasn't reared its head.
Listen, enjoy your night. Have fun.
Yeah.
And get back in one piece, all right? Come on, get in there.
I'll try.
Get in there. Go on.
Take care.
See you later.
He's this close to running back.
To experience my first ever Pride with Sahil was awesome because it was his first time at a day like this. And his journey has taken a massive, massive leap in a positive direction, I think, today. He really is embracing who he truly is, and he is not suppressing it anymore. And that can't be anything but positive. Now, on the other hand, the negative side to today, I think, was that an event like this didn't really have many people that look like me there. To be exact, I think it was maybe 4. It says a lot about how comfortable people like me feel to be who they truly are publicly.
So did you, Deshaun, did you notice the internalized homophobia that a lot of the gay people, even the gay people had, because of the stigma and the homophobia that has been directed at gay people and queer people from birth. You know,
Yes.
a lot of gay people grow up with internalized homophobia, where they actually don't like themselves, and they don't accept the queerness that's in them, and so like they still carry that with them into adulthood, where they're ashamed and they don't feel like they can express themselves out in public or whatever, because they feel like it's bad themselves. You know, that being gay or queer is bad itself. And it's just, and then that's the same thing that comes with some black people with the colorism, where they don't, where because they're dark skinned or something, that they don't feel as accepted or as good as light skinned people or white people.
Yeah.
So
it does. It goes all
it's
the way
just
across the board.
there's a lot of dynamic and stuff going on there. With this with being gay and acceptance and inclusion. And then it's just like with this, what they were talking about, there was hardly no black people there at all. Like I said, there might have been like 5 black people there. And that's the same way over here. When we have events and stuff, like that, the whites and the blacks are always separate. And there's always a few that'll show up at each event or something, like that. But in the gay community also, if too many black people show up in the white events if too many of us show up at the clubs or at the restaurants and stuff that are that are white owned, then they do stuff to keep us out, or they don't want us to, or they make their disparaging racist remarks or stuff. They make us show like 2 to 3 pieces of ID. It's not as bad as it used to, but I think over here, as far as black people, as far as the black gays and stuff go, we're more inclusive over here than the white gays are over here, because the white people can come to the black events, and we don't say nothing or do anything to them, or whatever. They're accepted. But if too many of us go to theirs, then that's when the racism and stuff comes out. And we've talked about this before too. How that comes out, and they try to exclude us from from their events and stuff, like that, or the clubs or anything like that. Or, even like in the dating apps and stuff, like that too, how they put in there no blacks, no this, no darkies, all, how they'll say different stuff, like that, which is racism and homophobia and all of that stuff combined. So black people, we tend to navigate a whole bunch of different intersectionalities, trying to be included in stuff, like that. We got the religious part, where we're not even accepted by our own black churches or our own black families. We got the, for being gay or queer. We got the white angle, where we're not even really accepted in the white community for being black.
It's like y'all outcasts.
Yeah, it's like we can't win for losing, no matter which way we go. We're getting it from all ends. Which I ain't never let that stop me, because they ain't stopping me from going anywhere or doing anything. But because I'm gonna go, and they ain't never stopped me from having a job, from going to anywhere, to going in any white neighborhood, in the hood, in the black neighborhoods, in the suburbs, in the city. It has never, in the country, rural areas, I'm gonna go where I want to go. I don't let them stop me or disrespect me in any way like that. So, but I know it's hard for other queers to be that way. But what's your take on it before we get up out of here?
It's a lot to unpack. When I was watching that video, I mean, there's so much, like, people, they need to find, like I said, when people have internalized homophobia, they really need to do research, try to find a way to try to shake it off or something like that, you know what I mean, after all the ridicule and hatred and what they was taught. This is embedded in their head. They really need to find a way to, because the thing is, even the lesbian was like, oh, I just don't. Even though I'm lesbian, I just don't like the men over there because they shouldn't be together. But I feel bad because they should be together. But for me, I was taught like that, so it's kind of like that, and it's like it's really sad. It's really really sad.
That was like another double standard. It's okay for her to be out there lesbian, and daggering or whatever they say, whatever they call it. She's out there daggering and bull daggering or bulldog, the bull daggering. But that was okay for her. But then she's looking down on the gay guys and stuff, and don't see that as acceptable as her being able to be who she is or what she wants. I mean, the double standard and the hypocrisy that people have, it's just too
remember in Corey from the King Jive show, the Four Kings, he was saying that he had a friend, or not a friend, but a gay man. He said that this gay man was like, I can be gay, but you can't be gay. I can be gay, but you can't be gay in the church. I can be gay, but you can't be gay. So it's a whole lot. It all ends. It's a whole
lot. And then I know TJ. I think that was a lady. TJ, I think that was a lady. I'm not for sure. I don't know if it was a lady, trans, non-binary, or a man or whatever, because the picture was so small when she was in here. When they were in here talking earlier. And they were comparing. She was comparing. I'm gonna just say she. If it wasn't, then excuse me. I'm sorry. But she was comparing the United States to the UK, and she was saying that basically she was saying that they're more progressive because they put in policies and laws before we did, and she was saying that they're more progressive. But I told her just to hold on, because then you're going to see that just because y'all put in the laws, put in policy and laws and stuff to protect gay, lesbian, queer people, whatever, that doesn't mean that y'all are accepting them and following them, because as we can see through this video, that they're still discriminating and harming queer people, just like they do here. We have laws and stuff that were implemented too, but that doesn't mean that that everybody's following them, because they're still harming and discriminating against us, and they put in the laws to protect, but we're still not, because we're still over here being beaten, killed, just like all over the world. They're doing the same thing over in the UK, or whatever. And just like them, though, we fight and stand up for our rights. We don't just roll over and let them do that to us. Because if they did, we wouldn't have any rights or whatever. But there's a lot of similarity. There's some differences, but for the most part, we're similar. We have the laws and the policies, but we're still being persecuted because of our queerness by our Black community, the white community, the religious community, so we're not so different. But I do thank TJ for joining us, and then come back and join us again. I appreciate your input and your comments and stuff. So, but we're not so much different, actually. You can have the laws, and regulations. You can have all of that there, but if the people are not going to follow those policies and laws and stuff, then where are we?
Right. Exactly. Because the thing is, as long as there's people that keeps doing the whistleblowing, blaming each freaking gay person, if these gay person don't stand up, like for me, I think every gay person should have a platform and start giving out receipts of every time a freaking person, like even gay people that are also narcissistic, that blames the whole community. They need other gay people that knows what's going on, need to start bringing out receipts of people that's also doing crimes to children and also doing things to children and also doing all that other stuff, they need to start bringing out receipts too, so that there can be a middle ground for that. And rest in peace to that trans woman, where
Right. Dream Johnson. Yeah, she was
Dream
just killed.
Johnson.
Yeah, she was just killed
And
over here. So we have the
and
laws and policies to protect us, but they're still killing. They're still killing.
but the thing is, now it won't be reported, because the thing is, they already passed a bill where trans can't speak. Trans, whatever the crime is going on, it will be unannounced. It will be closed down, because the thing is,
Right.
once they die, that's it. Oh well, it won't be reported on the news. And it's really unfortunate that we are in a situation that we're in, where we're right back to the past again. We're right back. We're right back into the 80s, I believe, somewhere.
2 steps forward, 4 steps back.
4 steps back again. So that's what it is, and it's just sad. It's just sad that we came to where we're at right now, and
Yeah.
people's IQs just went right back down where it is. But remember, Donald Trump said he won't. He only will listen to the uneducated. So the
Right.
uneducated let
But
this
that's what he's
country
listening
back.
to.
Yeah, the
That's
country's
what's
down. The
following.
country's getting worse now, thanks to the uneducated.
And that's what's following him. Those are his supporters, the highly uneducated. It doesn't even matter whether they have a high school diploma or a college degree or whatever. They're still uninformed and uneducated, ignorant.
Very ignorant. I mean, are you serious? So you're gonna let these dumb people try to be the voice of the whole community? Are you freaking serious? These people have no freaking. They don't even have teeth in their mouth. They have no use. Really? Because but the idea is to have the population dumbed down. And all it is religion. That's all it is. So they'll put the book on you, which is the religion book, so that everyone will be religious, controlling, narcissistic, and all that bullshit. So we will not know what's going on with the elite. That's what it is. So who's controlling what? That's basically what it is. Because the thing is, if he says, I will listen to the highly uneducated, that's a dangerous sign right there. Because the thing is to burn this country
I love
down.
the highly uneducated.
He loves the highly uneducated. I'm sorry. He loves the highly uneducated. He's trying to create something where he's trying to make all these people in the next generation stupid. Remember, he removed all the information that we need, all this information that is on the computers everywhere. He just removed that. Like I said, he removed all the histories from our books. He removed history books, burning all the books and stuff like that. He also, what white people did to blacks, he removed that too. You know what I mean? So he wants everyone to be uneducated and ignorant.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go head on over to Conscious TV and see
Conscious
what
TV? Yeah.
What him and Bubs and them over there talking about with this Obama, with Obama's comments about everybody should have a gay friend. Let's go check that out. And I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Please go check out Bugs the Gods channel. Go check out Miss Daytime by Stevie's channel, the Black Anarchist podcast, Conscious TV. Who else we have in here today that joined us? Dawn, I saw where you were. I saw where you were online today, posting in your Instagrams. So check out your give everybody your handle on Instagram so they can come check you out. Because you also do video games.
Yeah, it's Dayshawn Stallings, like Day Breezy over there on my end for Instagram, and my regular name is Dayshawn over in YouTube. So That's my where you want to see me at.
Yeah, and go check out Kenneth. He's K Toots. He's K Toots on Instagram and on YouTube. So check him out also.
Style by Stevie, I forgot. Style by Stevie.
Yeah. Style by Stevie
And
Daytime.
Kenneth. Yeah, I think that's everyone.
I got everybody. Yeah, and then world, thank you for joining us today. We had people in from Nigeria. There was Andrew. His name is Sinamalome Andrew Uapanya. That's the thing over there. And then we had TK, J, I think it was TK from the UK. Then we've had quite a few people in from Facebook, commenting, even though we can't see the comments that come across here on Facebook. I can see them here. I can see them here, but they don't show here in the StreamYard for some reason. But I can actually see them and see what they're doing over here. So I want to appreciate everybody for joining us. And thank you, world. Thank you, Dallas. And everyone have a good night. And thank you, Deshaun. You're the last one who stuck in with us.
Yeah,
everybody else
strong.
Miss Stevie done fell asleep.
I'm a survivor.
You were definitely a survivor, but you're the one who got me hooked up with everybody too. And in the short stack revolution, it was you who I met first. You're the one giving us all the information and stuff. Like that. Everybody's contributing over there, but it was you who got me. Took me up with Bubs, and then from there we all, y'all had the short stack. Y'all invited me in, so I thank y'all for that.
You're welcome. Anytime.
We're in there letting loose and deciding what topics we want to talk about for the week or every other week, however we're doing it on each other's podcast, and we're sounding off. So we're bringing the content to the people. We're in that short stack revolution. Talking about topics we want to talk about.
Yeah, there was the interesting topics too.
Yeah, we put a lot in
that I really wanted to talk about. I went in, that's for sure.
Yeah, right. But I
know
appreciate
that.
All right, I'm gonna go bounce on over here to Conscious real quick and see what's going on there. I appreciate you popping in today.
Okay, thank you.
Good night, world. Please like, share, comment, and subscribe to my channel.